Okay, we're now live. Um, you want to say hey?
Yeah, hello everyone. This is MichaelC. I played Austria in this game.
And I'm thirdmunky, and I played Russia in this game. Um, so if you don't know what this game is, this is a game organized by Captain Meme, and each of us came into this game, or at least I came into this game, knowing nothing about it. Basically, I asked Meme like, "Hey, what are the rules?" And he said, "You'll find out when you join the server." Um, and then we get in the server, and then Meme leaves a comment in like one of the GM channels saying like, "Oops, I misplaced the rules." So
I got the same intro basically. I was just excited. Captain Meme was inviting me to a game, and so I was gonna play no matter what. And the fact that it had like a mystery element, or was I saw that it was on the standard diplomacy map, and was glad that there was going to be a twist or some kind of gimmick to it.
yeah, I mean, I didn't even realize that. I just was interested in playing something weird and different, which it seemed like this would be, or at least it. You know, I didn't expect it to be a classic game of Intip, right? Like, I figured there'd be something extra to it. So yeah, like we all file into the server. I guess like the other players in this game, we'll talk about all of them a bunch. So it is Sarfed on Turkey, BenG on Italy, who later subs out. It's Firebender on Germany, oliu on France, and Geomine on England. Um, of these players, like I think Firebender and oliu are the only ones I had played with in games prior to this. Did you have any prior experience with the other players?
No, not beyond, or not to my memory. I'm not saying I never played with them, but man, a lot of games and but there were names that I knew just from the community. Firebender, everyone likes to coalition and kill. Olio, I think I've seen win or do well in some games. But between the blitzes, the bullet games, and just community chatter, I think I had heard of every player in this game. Yep.
Yeah, same. Like these are all names that I sort of vaguely heard through osmosis, but didn't know anything about. Um, okay, I'm going to paranoia check that the thing recording is actually started. Great, it has.
So we come in, and I think we do have this map at the beginning, right? And there's several things we should point out that we're discussing even pre-spring as we talk to each other.
Yeah.
You'll see on here are there are three triangular units in English Channel, Tyrrhenian, and Black Sea, and then there's a eighth player color, dark blue fleet in North Africa.
Yes. Yeah. Um, it was quite interesting trying to figure out what these were. The dark blue fleet, we figure out what it is immediately. So there is in fact an eighth player in this game, and that is the Oracle. So at the beginning of a game, we each get like assigned roles, and this player Atlas is assigned to the Oracle. Um, I had not met or interacted with Atlas before; they're totally new to me, and um, yeah, so they're the Oracle. We all have a press channel with them, and Captain Meme tells us something pretty interesting. Well, a couple of interesting things about this Oracle player. Um, One is that we can ask them questions, and they might answer depending on whether or not they want to answer. Um, and two is that there are some special win conditions to this game, and they're sort of Oracle related. So like, Captain Meme is like, oh man, I like lost all these rules. I don't know what the rules to this game are anymore. Sorry guys, like figure it out. Um, but what we do know is the win conditions, and the win conditions are if one player gets 50% or more of the SCs in the map, they win. So just the solo win. Um, if the Oracle is eliminated, all surviving players win. Um, and all players can unanimously agree to concede to the Oracle. So those are the three win conditions. I like the win conditions kind of meant a lot to me personally, but it took a while for me to really internalize what was different about them. Um, what was your feeling about the win conditions when you saw them?
I absolutely loved it because it combined one of my favorite things about imperial diplomacy is the ability to win with other people. I do like the collaboration, the strategizing together without. I feel like the basic diplomacy game, especially seeing it at a higher level, it's so much about positioning on the board and lying or maneuvering. I mean, turn by turn, right? And I see some diplomacy players come to MDip and they will have that same mindset where it's like, well, I stabbed you last year, but that's okay. We can be friends this year. Well, whereas Imperial diplomacy, I feel like you're rewarded much more by longer alliances or more stable alliances. That doesn't happen. So combining
Yeah.
option of winning with other players with right now what seems to be just a basic normal diplomacy board was really interesting to me. And then one correction on you, the Oracle, they said he can or the Oracle can answer questions if they feel like that you need to know the answer or something. And throughout this early, especially the early part of the game, we are reading so deep into every bit of information we get.
Yes, thank you. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't know about you. I didn't actually spend the time to go read through everyone's press channel before we did this, but I am spamming the ever loving heck out of the Oracle question channel just immediately. Like, I must have asked like 50 or 60 questions just in the first phase. Um, and after the first phase, Captain Meme is like, we're imposing an Oracle question limit. Uh, 3 questions a phase. To which I was like, that's fair. I was asking Atlas a lot of questions, day in day out. Wake up in the morning, I was like, oh yeah, I was dreaming about this game. I have this idea. Let me ask Atlas some questions. And yeah, it's probably not something Atlas wanted to do long term.
Yeah, that's I was trying to figure out just time zones and because they were very responsive, the Atlas, the player, and I like that, and we can talk about what the moves or the thought that goes into spring moves because the question limit comes I think immediately after spring, so once the game has actually started, and I think that was a good thing. One, probably to save Atlas some time, but also for us to get a lot more thoughtful about the questions we're asking, and you'll see as more and more mechanisms of the game get revealed, there could be several things you have a question about, but you're trying to um, work within the limits, and the limit would change. It was sometimes it was 3, 2, even 1 question per phase. So work within those limits, but also get the information important for your next movement. At least is the way I was thinking about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, and it was also there was also a lot of okay. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I don't want to spoil things too far ahead. Um,
I can
but
tell you about my moves here because so we start out, and I think you and me agreed to. We're all talking about the triangles on the board, and I'm trying to use the language we thought in the moment, right? Because at the moment we don't know what these things are.
yeah, the little 1, 0. We were calling them, or I was calling them Doritos because Ben was calling them Doritos.
That was a good one. Yeah, the Doritos on the board. And what do the numbers mean, right? You can see all of the units that we start with as players are 1 1, but these rockets are 1 0. And so we're talking about, is it strength? Is it movement? Is it some kind of coordinate system? Is it and so a lot of our questions early on are about that. And so you have one on your border in the Black Sea, and I have one in Tyrrhenian. And my first thought with Italy, we went back and forth a little bit. And at the end of the day, we didn't know if these Doritos, these triangles were going to move. And, we're concerned about because we have 3 dots between us next to Tyrrhenian. And so after pre spring talk, um, we finally agreed to just bounce in Trieste. So that way, all 3 dots are protected if the triangle did move, and we can see what happens with it. And I'm pretty sure we had, or I talked to you or to England or someone had talked about they were going to try to take it. Like someone was going to interact with the triangle in some degree. And so I thought, okay, great. I'm okay with that bounce. We DMZ'd Galicia, and I'll just move down like normal diplomacy and go for Serbia and Greece. And that was the extent of my negotiation. Not much talk with Germany, and good talks with you. Early on, as we're talking about the mystery, I feel like you, Turkey, and England are definitely, even from the get go, were the most involved in trying to figure things out, asking questions, just keeping the press active and spitballing ideas.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that assessment. Yeah, in DMs, I was getting just a great vibe from you in terms of like, messing with the mystery and learning what was being hidden under the covers here, because there's quite a bit like that is sort of obviously wrong if you think of this as just sort of a normal diplomacy game. Um, yeah, so yeah, I think you, England, and Turkey, and especially you early on, I think are the people who I am uh, finding the most open to sharing information, swapping what we know, and like making some progress. Um, so one thing that like immediately looks wrong about this board is that the Oracle controls a unit in North Africa, and where is the SC?
It's not here. Not visible, I guess.
Yeah, so we get to asking, you know, hey, like, you have a unit. Where's the SC? How many units do you control? So that was one question that we got a pretty interesting answer to, and that answer was two. So that should raise even more eyebrows. Like, where's the second Oracle unit? And
Yes, and where are the SCs? And oh my gosh, what's going on? And then I think you got the most alarming answer in this pre-spring era.
yeah, so I think Turkey starts this idea of asking the Oracle uh, how many moves they are away from one of their home supply centers, and we're all chatting about it. I think there's a global group chat at this point, with all seven non-Oracle players in it, and we start talking about like, hey, is the Oracle within two supply centers of your position? No, okay, and everyone keeps saying like, yeah, the Oracle's not within two supply centers, two moves of my position, and the answer for me is yes. So the Oracle is actually within two moves of one of my home supply centers, is the way I phrase it. Um, so that is immediately frightening, because they could take stuff. They could take stuff from me just right off the bat, right? Like, so yeah, that's quite interesting.
Yep. And I do know that I requested the seven-way chat be set up. So when we came into the game, there was pre-set up channels for every one-on-one country combination. So I could see the six other I say normal players, and then I had one chat with the Oracle. And I asked the GM. The GM said we can ask to create any channels that we want, and I thought, well, immediately, if there is a way to win together, I think we should have a seven-way chat. And and that's counter to usual like MDIP, how I think about it, right? Is I generally don't want to have more than a one-on-one chat unless we're in the end game and it's just the winners trying to sort out how to get to the right position at the right time, or if I get invited to one, I don't mind sitting in, but it's full of leaks, right? You add more than
Yeah,
one person to a chat, and the stuff getting shared there. Now, in a game where you have everyone in the chat and it's only seven players, basically, I found it was just a good way to encourage cooperation versus anything. Is the more that I gave to it, and you or Turkey would jump in, I was hoping the other players would as well, versus them keeping everything to themselves and then just getting the information from the group.
yeah, absolutely. And early on, like if you can spam Oracle questions, like maybe it's fine. But especially once the Oracle question quota goes down, it feels a lot more important to organize and coordinate who's asking what do we know, um, and just to try to generally be effective.
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess in terms of my spring moves, I'm organizing like sort of the normal things. You guys had organized a bounce. I think England and France had organized like a dislodge, and then for Turkey and I, we had organized like not touching the Black Sea Dorito at all. So we just kind of want to get like information all around about what's happening. And there was a little bit of disagreement about who was doing what exactly, and a little bit of chaos. But in the end, I think neither Turkey nor I uh, are going to move to Black Sea. So DMZ Black Sea and Galicia this phase, um, which means I end up sending Moscow north, which I didn't consult England about, but should have consulted England about because it scares them.
Yeah. Or at least tell them that, hey, I've got word that there's some hostile Oracle unit around me, and I'm just trying to kind of spread myself out to defend if I start to see it, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely a miss in terms of my communication this phase, and it won't be the last one. Um,
Yep. And there's a lot of, I do remember the seven way got set up, yeah, basically at the start of the game, because what I thought we were doing is one triangle was going to get dislodged, one was going to get tapped, and one was going to get avoided. And I thought you guys and Russia, Turkey, Black Sea were going to be one of you was going to tap the Dorito. And I don't know, it's a game of telephone, and then it's hard to tell if some people are intentionally like confusing the narrative or confusing the agreements. I
yeah,
don't know. Yeah, so it's especially seven ways. It's hard to tell what is real miscoordination, and everyone, I would say, at least for me, are kind of nervous, apprehensive about what's going to happen with it, right? And we don't want to, especially early in the game. At least my concern was I'm going to do something that I'm not even going to realize is super bad for my position or for my chances of surviving until after it happens. And
right.
I think that happens several times, but that I think that was a lot of the talks around who was going to touch the triangles.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Um, okay, is there anything else we want to chat about before we move to see what the spring moves were?
Now let's give the viewers what they want. Let's see some moves.
All right. Just paranoid check on the recording. Yeah, it looks fine. All right, so we got spring moves here. Um,
Yeah, and immediately you see that what I talked about would happen did not happen. We were supposed to bounce and Treese, me and Italy, and 2 minutes before moves adjudicated, they said, "Oh, I saw something in the seven way where Russia and Turkey aren't going to touch the Black Sea," which was accurate. And so they changed their move. And this move adjudicated, or this game adjudicated usually around 10 a.m. for me. So a lot of times I'm at work or not looking at my phone, and so I message him afterwards like, "Dude, that's not a good look. Changing moves with 2 minutes left in the phase. That's not an opportunity to coordinate or build trust." So already um, in the very first phase, I've already got mistrust of Turkey just from that.
of Italy, you mean?
Oh, sorry, Italy. Yeah, I'm looking over at France because they also didn't support England to the English Channel.
Yeah.
And so already I'm kind of like, wait a minute. Uh, None of the interactions with all three of the triangles is how I thought, or what I thought was going to happen. And the Oracle unit's doing some kind of weird hexagon thing.
Yeah. Oh man. What is it doing this phase? Is it transforming? I think it's transforming.
Yes, it's transforming this phase because the thing it does next phase is a triangle. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, so one thing that's pretty interesting about this, like you'll notice that there's no labels for any of the provinces on this map. Um, and so you don't really have a lot of information about what is possible to enter as an order at the beginning of a game. Pretty early on, we learned that all the classic orders are still legal, but with this Oracle order, it becomes apparent that there are other order types that we have not yet considered. Um, but what does happen is every time Captain Meme adjudicates the game, he posts an orders log. And so you can see in the orders log what everyone has ordered. And in this case, the Oracle entered an order which was FNAF transform. And along with the actual like order, Captain Meme writes notes about what happened and why it happened. And in this case, he wrote that the transform failed because NAF was not a high coast. Which, what is this, right? Like, transforming high coasts? What does this mean? Uh, Big confusion. Um, so that's another source of like, what the heck is going on here, right? Like, what does this mean? Like, why is the Oracle entering invalid orders? Like, what are they? What are we trying to be? Or what is the game trying to tell us with this? Um,
And I think immediately after this, because there are no player retreats, so we get this information, and I think within the hour we also get Spring '01 retreats, correct?
yeah, we can look at those now. I think most of these moves are fairly standard if you've seen like diplomacy, right? Turkey just going to Syria, sure. Firebender in Germany is full sending England. Um, but other than that, I think everything looks standard. So yeah, I think we can look at retreats.
Yeah, yeah, nothing besides the move to Syria, which I am no diplomacy effort. Sorry, expert. I've only played 2 games. I have seen a lot of meme videos. I know there's things like Key Lepanto and all, but I really am not that well versed in it. So everything looked okay to me. People are going for the neutrals. That makes sense. So,
Yeah, yeah, uh, mostly standard stuff. Denmark is not occupied, which means I have Sweden uncontested, which is cool.
yep.
So yeah, okay, retreats. Uh, I think what we see in the retreats, and I'm not going to be able to pull up the actual orders log here, is that these these Doritos are dislodged. Did we get the name of what these are at this point?
I think we do. I think we get the name here because he puts in the retreats order log like R Turinian dislodge and launches.
Or
I don't know if we get the full name for R, but we're pretty confident very soon that that stands for rocket.
yeah, yeah. Um, so yeah, both England and Italy are launching units. Launching where? Well, let's go look at the next phase.
Yep.
Oh, okay. This is Spring 1901 results. Yes, dislodged. Retreats. Yes, so the rockets launched during retreats. That's what the triangles are. And okay, now we're looking at fall 1901. What is going on?
A second map.
What? Um, yeah, so there's a whole another map in space that the launched units go to. Um, we, yes,
Only Italy and England can see this map at this point in the game. The rest of us only see the map on the left.
yep, yeah. So we only can see, and we can only have questions answered about maps that we can see. So only England and Italy can answer questions about ask questions about space and have them answered by the Oracle, and the rest of us can't, and we can't even see what's going on in space. Um, yeah,
And these players are not allowed to screenshot this map and like share it in the 7 way, but they are allowed to describe this map to us. And this was another point where I felt like, okay, some people are being more forthright and more forthcoming than others. Even in the descriptions in the 7 way, I was not sure what was going on this map. Italy's description, once I finally got up there and saw it, I was like, man, that was a piss poor way of describing it. Because all you have to say is it's a 10 by 10 grid. There looks to be there's some kind of different unit up here, one of every color, and I'm in this coordinate and England's in this coordinate. Like,
yep,
and I felt like they bat around the bush so much. Even England, to a lesser extent, maybe spooked by your move or just playing things closer to the chest. But neither of them at this point are giving me just good vibes about, hey, I'm in this with the group. I want us to win together.
yeah, yeah. The descriptions were so bad. I had no idea what was going on in space at this point. I just knew that there was space. Um, England is also like giving me some like made up stuff about what's in space, and he's saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna have my unit in space support me into Norway here because he moved to St. Petersburg." Uh, I think because he doesn't want me to bounce him in Norway, which is fine. Like I didn't particularly take offense at that. I was not going to St. Petersburg with the intent of bouncing him out of Norway, anyways. But yeah, I think that was another incentive for England to also not be super forthcoming with information about what was in space. Um,
They were straight bluffing you, which I appreciate. I mean, there's an information um, discrepancy between players. I think England was really smart to use that information for their advantage to either bully or scare you away from Norway, even if you weren't, right?
yeah, yeah,
They're
absolutely.
probably they're like, wow, Germany gave Sweden to Russia uncontested. Russia has moved to set up to bounce me out of the one dot I'm guaranteed usually. So I totally understand them bluffing to some degree on what's going on up here.
Oh, absolutely. And at this point, I think Germany like is not saying much at all. But what they are saying is, let's kill England. Um, which,
Yeah, they move forward with the fleet, and yeah, it doesn't. And Germany's not saying much, right? So even more concerned on England's part, I think.
yep, absolutely. Yeah, and so until I show them that I'm not actually intending to bounce this stuff, they're going to be a little bit suspicious of me. Um,
But you want to talk about like unknown things happening that shift the dynamics. Well, now instead of an Italian army and Tyrrhenian threatening four dots or positioned around four dots, it's gone. And so
oh
now
yeah,
the dynamic is totally different. Now Italy has lied to me or told me something with a minute left in the phase, so I couldn't do anything about it. But that unit just goes poof, and now they're here with two units, and we're still not sure if the Oracle unit will move. So there's a chance the Oracle unit will take Tunis, and they're really just not. It doesn't look like they're in a great position. So we agree to bounce Venice here, just because I can't really go get another dot with that army, and I am trying to set up whatever agreements I can and have people actually stick to it. So that was an easy one, and in exchange they won't mess around with Greece, even if they thought they wanted to do that. So
yeah, makes sense. Um, on my end, uh, well, Turkey and I still have a rocket here, and only one of us can use it to go to space. So there's immediately a bunch of negotiating over who should get the rocket to go to space. And what we decide in the end is that we'll do a coin flip, and the winner will go to space. And I win the coin flip, so I have the right to go to space. And after I win the coin flip, Sarfed's like, "Well, you're getting to go to space, so can I have Romania?" And I was like, "No, like, what do you mean? Like, this coin flip was not, do you get to go to space, or do I get to go to space and give you Romania? The coin flip was, which one of us gets to go to space? Um, and she's like, well, I'm so excited about space. I really want to go. It's like, yeah, me too. Like, I won the coin flip. Let me go to space. Like, I want to check this out. And yeah, so in the end, Sarfed does back down. But this is like the first of a couple interactions I have with Sarfed that make me a little wary about like negotiating with her generally, and we'll see that come up later in the game, I think.
oh yeah, I'll have my own story in a phase. So did they explain this? I think that's Syria down there, right? The army off in the corner. Did they explain why they went there?
Um, they told me that they wanted to go there before the phase ticked, and I was like, sure. I don't know why it was there. I asked for not Armenia, I think, um, and anything she wanted to do that wasn't Armenia was fine with me. So there you go. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna get to go to space with this rocket, and the other thing that happens that's important to my game this phase is that I am talking with Turkey about some stuff, and she says like, yeah, we should set up a group chat with, or maybe I say we should set up a group chat with some folks that are like interested in solving the puzzle, and we can work together. And like, my hope is that you, me, and Sarfed can start a group chat because at this point England is still a little cagey with me over the whole St. Petersburg army move, and you two are the people most interested in solving the puzzle and sharing the most information with me. And she says, "Yeah, let's form a group chat. I'm down to form a group chat with three people. Pick anyone but Austria."
I do not know why. I feel like the vibe I was giving you was yes, I want to cooperate, I want to win together, and I did go back and read Turkey's Void after the game. Like one of the very first messages is Austria is definitely going for a solo, 100%. I'm like, where did I
I don't know what you did, but you really set her off. Like,
I did, yeah.
um, I think Meme even comments on it in the GM void. It's like he's like, yeah, I don't know why, but they're both like so suspicious of each other, and then like Monkey is here sitting like nodding his head along, being super confused about what's going on. Which yeah is about the dynamic, right? Me nodding my head at you, and you know, I it's a little bit more genuine with you because I have this like weird Romania interaction with Sarfed, but like if Sarfed says yeah I really don't like Austria, Austria's gonna go for the solo. Like I don't really know what to say to that. Like just kind of let the game play out a bit and like maybe see what happens on the board. I guess is the thing to do. I don't know. I was just kind of like at a loss for what to do, honestly.
Same. Yeah, I don't have any issues with them right or with her right now. I say I'm going for Greece. No objections there, and I'm gonna bounce Venice. That's all I've got for fall. And yeah, I am thinking about okay, so now you're getting to space, and our timeline with Oracle questions may not be perfect, but we are talking about how can the other people get to space, right? There's only three rockets, and two of them are gone. Obviously there has to be some way that we can all get up there, otherwise it seems a bit asymmetric. So how do we do that? And I think we're trying to figure that out as we go.
Yeah, I don't know where exactly we figure it out, but I think we figure it out quite soon. Um, shall we advance to fall moves? Okay. Fall moves. So I think here France is attempting to transform or launch
Oh, sorry, France in oh geez.
in Brest. No, not Brest. What is this called? Normandy?
I need to pull up the map. I have to pull up the map that I use just the whole time.
I think neither of us play much classic, so like I don't have all the provinces memorized.
Picardy, that is Picardy.
Picardy, okay, yeah, Normandy's the IMDIP version of that province. Okay, so is this a transform or a launch?
This is
I think this is a launch.
yeah, so they saw Olio saw that their rockets launched in retreats and didn't want to deny Belgium to Germany, and so I think they were that was a glorified hold. Is hey, can I launch? Can and we're there. You'll see a lot of moves on here that may not make sense, or especially you don't even understand with the rule set, and it's really people just trying stuff out to see what they can do.
Yeah, yeah, there'll be a lot of experimental invalid orders. Um, Yeah. Okay, so that happens. Italy does get into Tunis, which is a thing that they were super worried about, and the Oracle enters another weird order. Um, and the Oracle writes F NAF drill, and the drill fails because NAF is not a valuable province.
Correct. Yep. So now we have valuable provinces and high court, and we don't know what either mean yet.
And the Oracle is not answering any of our questions about what these things are.
Yeah, there is a phase here after the questions get limited where they went, I forget what the phrase used, but you couldn't ask questions that were too vague. Um, and then you had to be careful, like, well, can I'm trying to think of where you get a yes no where it's just like oh yeah that should be possible but it didn't really answer the question the way you wanted it answered, so
Yeah.
pulling in questions off each other to make sure we get our little rules worried, just trying to like get all the nuance out of it and make sure we're getting a firm question with the limit. Yeah.
Atlas starts being pretty. I don't know if monkey's paw is the right word, but like uh, weaselly about question answering now that there's a limit. So if you're not careful, you ask some question and then the response you get will be like something completely useless. Uh,
Yep.
yeah, so we're doing a bit of bouncing stuff across with each other. I am chatting with you, and I'm also chatting in this three-way group chat with England and Turkey at this point, because yeah, we could not have a group chat with you and Turkey and me in it.
Oh, I
Um,
did not know that started this early. That I should be more nervous about that.
yeah, it started immediately, and like I think I'm telling you like most, if not all, of the relevant stuff that's happening in that chat. So like, England will be like, I asked blah, and I'll be like, I found out blah. But I don't think I'm saying like I found this out from England. I think I'm just saying like I found out blah. Um,
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. At this point, I'm only in the seven way in the individual. And yeah, I'm not putting everything in the seven way. Um, I am trying to, usually if I get an answer to a question or I think of something, I'll float it past one of you first in the one on one chats. And then being a little more strategic about what I actually put in the seven way as far as information, even this early, to be honest.
yeah, yeah, same. And like I don't know, there are some players who I can get just absolutely nothing out of about what's going on with their questions, what the Oracle has told them. Um, France, Germany, and Italy, I think, are all like very hard to get any kind of information out of. Like I asked Firebender, like, "Hey, what did you learn from the Oracle this phase?" And she says like nothing.
Yeah, not much info from the street at all. And I only have the one-on-one and the seven-way, and even in those two, if they're not telling me anything, I am tending to think I'm like, well, they're just not being that talkative. Versus, oh, they're doing all their chats in some secret, alliance
Yeah,
conversation. Yeah.
that's the impression I get too. Um,
So
yeah,
the mood here, at least, is one, Turkey did try to go for Greece. I don't know why, and did not mention that when I said I was going for it. So uh, bigger brains than me may see some defensive options here, but I was like, well, that was a bit rude. And then um, we don't know about the space moves right now, but it is, I will bring up once I find out about it, because once one of us gets to space, we are able to see all the previous maps, moves that happened on that map,
yeah,
even though we weren't there at the time. So when I, spoiler, do finally get to space, um, I scroll back and the first thing I see is this Italian army octagon, hexagon, trying to go for my red colored satellite. I'm like, okay, so that's two. I mean, we are in fall '01. They have done something I didn't like in spring, and Italy has, eventually, I'll say, has done something I didn't like in fall. So that's two strikes.
yep, yep. Um, the other thing that you might notice here, and that I think the other players don't know yet, but that we will all find out shortly, is that the units are like the satellites are moving according to the numbers on them. So it's a 10 by 10 grid. Like this German satellite says 0, comma 1. That means it moves 0 forward on the x axis and then 1 up on the y axis. So these satellites, they're all sort of moving in lines. Um, and the Oracle satellite is moving at 5, comma 2. And there's some discussion early on about like what do these numbers mean? Like, does that mean that it's an especially big or scary satellite? Like, do we need like 5 strength to beat it somehow? Like, that seems really hard. Um, and then we find out no, it's just velocity.
Yep. Yeah, we do find that out pretty soon. And the diabolical thing, because we can see orders logs, so we pretty quickly figure out the coordinate system. And to my chagrin, it is letters on the x-axis, so A through J, and then the numbers are on the y-axis. So like For example, the Italian army started fall in C4. My problem, and almost tripped me up, and did trip me up once, was that the numbers increase as you go down the map,
Yes.
but a positive second number, like 1 1, or um, a positive second number in the little unit coordinate means that it goes
Uh,
up.
yeah.
And I kept messing that up.
Oh my god. It was so confusing. I have definitely gotten this wrong so many times. Um, yeah, I also just didn't realize until now, but like A through J, 1 through 10, that's like Excel spreadsheet coordinates.
Hmm. Yep.
Okay, I just realized that now. Okay, anything else?
Oh, I just realized that too. Yeah, that's why the rows are numbered, increasing as they go down.
Yeah,
But yeah, that will mess it up. But in space, yeah, that is what the numbers. We're still not sure what the numbers mean on the base map at all.
yep,
I think we kind of figure out when one unit could dislodge the rocket that they were weak, and so that second number was probably defense. Just because it was able to be dislodged by a unit with strength of 1. But that's about all we figured out so far.
yeah. I think Captain Meme writes like 1v0. Rocket is dislodged in the orders log.
Yep, that's what happened. Yep.
Okay. Anything else to talk about this phase, or do you want to go to winter?
Nope, that covers it.
Okay. Um, okay. Results. Yep. I think there's not too much to talk about here. I launch into space, and I appear. That's the launch. I appear here, the bottom of the map. Um, and now we're looking at winter.
So, did you try to figure out why you came in where you did in space?
I think that was something I never thought much about.
Okay, so because we just have so little information now. Early on, I was making a chart of where the rocket was on the base map versus where it launched to in space, and trying to figure out if there was a certain system, um, like, if you launch from St. Petersburg, you'll end up in A3, or there was some rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah.
And that was about as far as the analysis went, because as you'll see later on, reasons. But after the game, I saw in memes, he had seen me doing that work. He's like, "No, it's just random. I just randomly generate a coordinate." I was like, "Dang it, okay." You think everything's so well thought out, but sometimes that's the game mechanic. It's just roll a die, or random chance where you end up. So it's separating the noise from the signal and the information we're gaining and what's going to be helpful.
Yep. Yep. Um, so yeah, we have builds. I think at this point, one thing we didn't talk about is that Turkey moved to Armenia, um, and that was agreed between me and Turkey. So part of the agreement was that whoever got to go to space, like whoever won the coin flip, would help the other person go to space. And the way that they would help the other person go to space is the other person would try building a rocket with one of their builds. Um, so, in a normal game of diplomacy, you can write like build A, St. Petersburg, build F, St. Petersburg. We figured why not try build R, Sevastopol. So that's what happens here. I build a rocket.
Yeah, you build a rocket, and then also I build a rocket, and Germany builds a rocket. And I remember a lot of discussion around this. It was either through an Oracle question or something that we were pretty confident that we would be able to build these rockets. But at the time, I went back and forth with Germany. I think there was concern because Germany had gone +3, and I don't know, maybe England was just trying to drum up support as well, like for an anti-German early game.
Mhm.
But at the time, I thought there was a big discussion on, you probably couldn't, like, in normal diplomacy you cannot dislodge your own units. Well, we extended that to being like, well, you can't dislodge your own rockets that you build because they're yours.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we had this big thing where, okay, yeah, Turkey's gonna dislodge Russia's rocket, and then you see where we built Germany and me built our rockets. We were going to move the rockets like sectors, and I was going to follow my rocket into Vienna and then launch from the rocket when it got to Turingia, and he was going to do the same in Bohemia.
Cheap, but yeah.
At the end of I think before spring we figure out, oh no, rockets are like they're not our color. And meme for every phase, the GM would give you a list of your units you had to order, and then we figured out, oh, the rocket's not in that list. We don't control these rockets.
Yes. Yeah, that was like a little fun diversion. I think part of that was in the group, the big group chat, this like discussion of like how we are going to move the rockets around and get everyone to launch.
Yeah, a bunch of talk for what ended up being. Once we see that we can't order them out of our centers, I think I go to Germany, and Germany and I have maybe 20 messages the whole game. I'm like, well, you just move into your rocket, right? He said, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So that's what happens here. The other thing that happens is Captain Meme tells us that if we try to build more builds than we have, that all of our builds will be invalidated. And you'll see that Turkey went +1 this year and built 2 units. And it succeeded.
Yeah, that was crazy. And thinking about the long-term impact of this on the game, it's even crazier.
Yeah. Yeah. So Turkey builds a rocket in space, which turns out to be super duper important. Um, but yeah, so there's a rocket in space and an army here now. And I've got a rocket that Starfed will use to launch. And we've also learned about this FNAF drill order in fall. And, at this point, I think everyone's asking questions about drilling as well on top of space.
I applaud Starfed for this build because, for one thing, who who's the least important power I feel to get um to have another unit built in 1902. Like I think Ottomans can get away with if that had not been successful and the army Constantinople got invalidated because they entered too many build orders. I think they'd be fine.
Oh,
I
yeah.
don't think that we would rush in and try to break and kill them. So I think that was the right time to make that guess. And I'm thinking because they can't even see the space map. That's the crazy thing. They built this and they didn't even know they have not seen the map on the right. So
Yeah.
I assume they're coordinating with Italy or maybe you and saying, "Hey, where did that thing go? Is it there?" To try to understand what happened.
I actually don't remember if they asked me what the position of their satellite is, but I would have told them if they did.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, yeah, super heads up. Very cool. Um, okay, shall we move to year 2?
Yes.
Okay, year 2, I think. Okay, we've talked about our plans for the rockets, a bunch of drilling. Do you want to just see the resolution?
Yes. I'm good with moving into the moves. Yep.
A lot of people start clicking the drill button.
Oh,
Um,
this was crazy. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on this map. Go ahead.
yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a really probably one of the most impactful phases of the game. Um, so basically, I think a lot of people are like, well, I don't know what a valuable province is, but maybe it's an SC. So let's just try drilling in SCs if we don't have anything better to do. And so Constantinople gets drilled, Romania gets drilled, Norway gets drilled, and Denmark gets drilled, and Portugal gets drilled. So a bunch of SCs get drilled, and we don't really have any idea what that will do. On top of that, well, okay, so Turkey is support holding themselves. I guess they're worried about Bulgaria. Um, you guys are launching. And the other interesting thing that happens is everyone decides that we are killing Germany. And we're killing Germany because they're not being responsive, like they're not pressing, and they're not helping with solving they're not sharing information in the group chat. They're not helping solving what's going on with the Oracle or any of the rules stuff. So at this point, France, England, and I are just like, yep, let's go in. Why not? Dots.
Yep. And England told me this, I think in my one-on-one chat, and I agreed. Like that was, I mean, my goal is the group victory. This person's not contributing to the group victory, and they went +3. Um, so like we barely were able to coordinate, building rockets and actually going after them.
Yeah.
Probably good for you guys, but that was, yeah, I'm trying to convince Turkey that no, I am on side. I do want to win together. This is one of the few times in the game where every dot that we are collectively aware of is taken, right?
Well, there's the rocket. There's the satellite in space that's not taken.
Oh yes, the white satellite in space is not taken, or we assume. And I think we're, especially after Turkey built the rocket in space, we know that those are supply centers now. So we all underbuilt probably. So
Yes.
I'm just trying to keep the boat level and keep the cooperation going. And if that means you guys pick on Germany for a few years, just getting some extra dots, that was good with me.
Yeah. Um, we all think that we're getting extra builds this next year. I
Yeah.
think at
The
this
thing that
point.
surprised me the most, like, okay, yep, you guys are attacking Germany. I'm doing a what I think will just be a perpetual bounce with Italy and Venice. But I thought I only knew about one, maybe two of these drills. And I think it was just one. I think it was Germany drilling Denmark because it was a concession to the group because they had an extra unit. And so I'm like, oh, yeah, let's make them drill, see what happens. And I was thinking slow and cautiously. When I see these moves go through and every power has drilled except me and Italy, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We're all trying to figure out what's going on.
I was still trying to get to space. I'm like, well, shoot, let me get to space before I figure out whatever this drilling thing is. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's just me playing cautiously and being worried about the unknown, right?
Yeah, and I think it ends up working out pretty well for you, but you didn't drill.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so this does quite a lot, and then people are moving around in space. I think at this point we've figured out that the satellites are moving linearly, and that the units. Now, maybe we don't know at this point, but after this phase, we definitely know that the units' velocities stack up over time in this map. Um, so, like you can see here, I think uh, Italy entered here D5 to D4, and that means they go up one space, and then their current unit is marked 1 comma -1. So they move. Is this wrong?
No, no, you're good.
They move diagonally. Oh, they move one right and then one down. The directions are gonna get me every time. Um, so yeah, like the velocities stack. So it'll move like this, and then next phase the velocity of this unit will be adjusted by 0 comma one.
Wait, 0, 1. So
It
after this phase, their total momentum will be now 1, 0.
1 0. Yeah.
So the yellow orange line is the resultant vector between the move you input for the phase and your stored momentum. So think about it in space. And you're right, this is the first phase we figure it out because when the units launch to space, they come in with 0, 0, like your fleet is right there.
Yeah.
So we didn't know until um, the Italian and English units tried moves last fall, and then they kept new numbers into the spring. And now we're putting together that, oh, okay, this is, and it's a space map. Like there is a lot of talk about orbits and momentum and flying around. So like we have that concept in our mind, but not until the results of this spring do we put it together. And I think, I mean, not to be mean to anyone, I think it took a few players a little longer than this to figure it out. So
Yeah, there's some mistakes. Um, yeah, so that's space. That's the deal with space. Pretty interesting. Um, there's also another hint to this, which is that Captain Meme uh, puts all the maps in the maps channel on Discord, and then once you got access to space, he would give you access to a channel named Conserve, and the conserved channel naming seemed like a hint about conservation of momentum, etc. About the way that the map worked.
Yep.
Okay, shall we move to the next phase?
Yeah. There's a lot, and yeah, we're still asking the Oracle one or two questions, but yeah, you've got what is it? Valuable provinces, which we may have figured out here. You've got the high, what is it called?
The High Coast. Yeah.
Drilling. You've got transforming. You've got a space map, and yeah, it is. It's. We're all having a lot of fun, I guess.
It's so much fun. All right, let's look at the results. Oh my god, why is there a third map?
I can't handle this. 3 is too many.
Oh gosh. So this third map is in a channel called Harvest. So that it seems like that'll be another clue. You can see in the middle map there's like little you know, washed out icons of our units in the Harvest map underneath the main map. And all of the SCs and the tiles we've drilled have been removed.
Destroyed was the word used in orders log, which was very alarming. The SE has been destroyed.
Destroyed. Yeah, yeah. That's a bit spooky. Um,
Yep.
and then we're all going underground, right? And we've all landed on non-SC provinces underground, which is also interesting.
Yeah, and you guys actually do a better because I feel at an information disadvantage now, right? I'm glad you're down there, and I'm glad there's enough people down there that there's less reasons for people to keep it close to their chest. Like I can easily verify if someone is telling me not the truth, and I do that. I go to France and I say how many SCs are down there, and I cross check that against asking you. But I'm playing from behind information wise. I'm just trying to make sure what you guys are telling me is fair. And you do a very good job at this. Like I'm able to even draw out and you say, hey, it's the normal map, but it's all brown colors and there's these hexagons and triangles shaded, and all the SCs are on provinces that are not SCs
Yeah,
in the normal map, including in the ocean or what are normally sea tiles. Yep.
yeah. So I hope you have a good sense of what's going down here at this point. The other thing that's pretty interesting about this is like the map topology is permanently altered by this. Um, so like England and I suddenly have just no way to push each other, which is super interesting. And you'll see, like, we just don't push each other. Like, you can't, right? Like, without the Denmark and Norway tiles on the map, it's like we don't really border each other anymore. Um, yeah, and a similar thing happens with Romania and Khan. Khan is an awkward one for Sarfet to have drilled because like it makes her very nervous about holding Bulgaria for like the whole game. Um,
As it should.
yeah,
When I saw this, I'm like, great, Bulgaria is mine when I want it.
yep,
That's not technically true. Like, actually, if we just 2v2 hold here, unless Italy wants to intervene, it can be a pain, right? But
yeah,
I do feel like, okay, their opportunity to push me is extremely limited. One, they were the only power to core their, oh, sorry, not core, to drill where they can build. You guys all drilled on non base, what's the word I'm looking for?
home supremacies. Yeah. Like I drilled Romania, right? I drilled a new tile that I got.
Mhm.
Um,
So that also limits, we assume, limits where she can build and then how she can move too, especially with no fleet Black Sea. So I feel a lot better, and I am wanting to go for the group victory. So any, like you said, any ways that alleviate tension, and all 4 of these drills do a great job of that, where there's not really an opportunity to really get super aggressive here.
yeah, for sure. Um, the other thing that's interesting, so like we talked about the little shaded provinces underground. I think that we figure out that the shaded provinces are valuable provinces pretty early. Um, and there's also all these like brown units that are 1, 2. And at this point, like if you think that the units in the regular map have like, you know, attack comma defense, then these seem like two defense units. And we think this is true, and I think I ask a question to the Oracle and get somewhat caught by it in a way that like prevents me from like perfectly confirming it, but like it seems like the very reasonable thing to be true.
Yep. Between the rocket getting dislodged with a second number of 0, and then all these, what we are calling or assuming are neutral units, they don't have a color, they're all sitting on SCs. And so it does seem pretty, I don't know, logical to progress to like, okay, so these are guarding the SCs. It's going to take a little more work. You can't just, it's not a free for all down there. You got to have more, you're going to have to devote more resources down here in order to get these dots.
Right. Yeah, you need to have three units supporting into, you know, one of these dots to get anything to happen. So yeah, there's immediately like, hey, how do we cooperate? How do we get more units down here? How can we like find more dots? Um, yeah. The other thing that this does is like you can see at this point, there's the regular centers in the regular map. There's a bunch of centers in space. There's a bunch of centers underground. It starts looking like 50% of centers to solo is ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't, I guess my thought process wasn't ridiculous at this point. It was, well, and the Oracle has refused to answer any questions about how many dots there are in the game. And so my thought was, oh, we've only had 3 phases so far, and 2 out of those 3 phases we found more dots. I am not confident what it will take to be 50% of the dots in this game. And I feel like that feeling for me holds pretty much the entire game. Is I have no clue how many dots there are. We just saw an action that removed supply centers from the game. Maybe there's actions that add supply centers to the game. Maybe there is so much unknown that I think anyone thinking solo now has to have those thoughts in their mind as we don't know what is required to solo, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Um, that is sort of like a mystery that I think discourages anyone from trying too much stuff, even at the end. But okay, I'm getting ahead of myself again. Um, the other thing that well, there's two more things I want to talk about. So one is we know that there are two Oracle units. We've seen three maps. We still don't know where the second Oracle unit is. Um,
True. Yeah.
the other thing is there's this little icon on Keel, or well, U key is or U Keel. Um,
Yeah, you kill. Yeah.
yeah. So one of the things that meme says that we can do is ask him for the name of any province that our unit is currently on. So like, you know, the orders log by default will just have abbreviations. So by default, like my fleet in the main maps channel is in Val. Um, and you can ask him like, yeah, what's the full name of this province? And he'll say like Baltic Sea, Baltic Sea, Baltic Sea. Um, and underground, right? This is like U Romania. It's like under Romania. Um, you know, so there's this whole like tile naming setup going on, or tile name discovery thing going on. And we also know, like, hey, there's this weird thing in U key, underground keel, under keel, and we don't know what it is. Uh, and I think it takes quite a while for us to figure out what it is. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's just a mystery at the moment. Okay, anything else, or shall we move on?
No, go to the fall but before moves, like the fall start, which I think is just the
Okay.
just after retreats.
Yeah, everyone launches who wanted to build a rocket. Whoops, everyone's in space now.
Everyone is in space.
Except for France and just France. Yeah, France didn't build a rocket or go to space, but they're in the underground map.
They are in underground, yeah. So going into fall, right? My biggest concern here was okay, Italy has well told me one wrong thing in the spring. Now I got to space. I figured out I saw their move trying to take my I'm just gonna call them satellites because that's what we end up calling them. They tried to take my satellite. I have no trust in Italy at this point, and I see that Italy and Turkey can coordinate to take Greece here. And so that's my biggest concern is I don't want Greece to be taken. And so I talked to Turkey about how can we um, handle this situation? Like, what do you want to do? How do we deal with the just the setup that we have? And they really want to go underground with another unit. They want to go underground with Bulgaria. And I'm telling them, well, no. The only way I can protect myself here is to support Greece to Bulgaria with Serbia support, right? So that counters or at least keeps me dot neutral if Italy and Turkey coordinate for a bull to tap Serbia and the two fleets to get my Greece, and they are just flabbergasted why I would even want to do that move. And I was ruining their game by or ruining her game by not letting her move away. And I'm like, all you had to do in this whole negotiation was tell me, hey, I'm not supporting Italy. But you never did that in the you never That's all I was looking for was some kind of reassurance that you and Italy weren't coordinating to attack me. And I'd be happy to let you move back, but I don't know. We're just not not on the same wavelength as far as communication. And I think it is the distrust in me and um, me saying, "Hey, I want to put 2 units on yours. All you have to do is support hold. You'll be fine." And they think I'm coordinating with Italy. So both of us are just at each other's throats about this situation. And meanwhile, I don't think Italy's really talking to either of us. Like Italy. So I forget what we end up doing, but we have this whole fight, and I'm like, okay, well, these units fall underground, or they go underground, and I don't know if we know if they can come back up. Like we see the silhouette of the armies underground on the main map.
Yeah.
I don't know if that means that unit can backfill Bulgaria or if the fleet can go underground. Like we just don't know this mechanic yet. And so that also doesn't help in trying to make some defensive moves. Because for me, I don't really know. Crazy enough, I'm thinking about where I can grow. Right, you're always thinking about where you can grow, and I get dropped in a beautiful spot, both for the game knowledge and then also for my own benefit. The random spot I get dropped into you see in space.
Yes.
I think it's one to the left, and I can end up in the same square as the Oracle satellite.
Yeah. Yeah. That's super lucky.
Yep. And then I look like a big team player, and I'm like, well, guys, I'm gonna move on to the. We're gonna, we're always just poking things and experimenting. I'm just gonna move to the same grid coordinate that we think the Oracle satellite's gonna be, and let's see what happens. And right now, that's the only other dark blue thing we can see in this whole game. So it seems like a good idea.
Yep.
And notably, England can't do it because of their -2 built-in momentum. They couldn't reverse back enough to land in the right square. So
Yeah, they must go left 2, and then they could go, like, by entering any of the 9 orders to any of the squares in this 3x3 box, which I don't know if you can see in Discord. Um, but I'm drawing it for the VOD. But yeah, that does not include the tile that they are currently in. So it's all yours,
and
basically.
the map wraps. We should also so like you can move from the top to the bottom like that fleet by going up. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this phase I am testing whether units can do that or only satellites. Um,
Oh, good point. Good point.
which, I don't know, maybe it's sort of a silly test, but like this satellite is, or well, my unit in space is in a pretty unfortunate location with no one nearby, so I might as well.
Yep.
Um, yeah. On the main moves map, we are just gonna keep killing Germany. There's just really not much to say about that.
Yeah, I even reached out, because I'm always trying to get more info, and they didn't even seem to mind they were dying. Maybe that's just Firebender, but there was no help me. There was no attempt to rally or to nothing. So, yep, I'm like, yep, go ahead and take them out.
Yeah. Um, okay. Shall we see moves?
Yes.
Okay. So this phase, underground, England landed on a blue hexagon place, so they just get to drill it immediately. And the rest of us are either moving to places with different patterns on them, or Germany's moving to Kiel to figure out what happens. And the answer to that is nothing. Nothing happens. Um, we're also just killing Germany on the main map. I did I flub tactics here? I feel like I should have walked into Munich.
Uh,
Right, like this convoy is guaranteed. I should try tapping Munich. If I don't get in, I can put 2 on Kiel and fall. And if I do get in, I put 3 on Kiel and fall.
oh boy, tactics are always my weakest area, surprisingly. But hey, a dot's a dot. I guess if they had focused, they could have put force 2 to get into. Oh, what's the name of that province? I'm so bad.
Uh,
Oh, they could have gotten back into Kiel and then. Oh, but you still could have forced them.
yeah, if I had gotten into Munich.
Probably would have been better.
Yeah, so I think I flubbed this a bit. This doesn't look right to me. Um, yeah. What else is happening? I guess France is attempting to transform here.
Yes, they're also entering again just a glorified hold, trying stuff out. So, and I like France up to this point. I like France most of the game. They are experimenting. They are trying different things. So, and they're working with you guys against Germany. So
Yeah.
they may not be the most active in press, but as far as solving the mystery, but they are playing a good game. So.
Yep. And yeah, I see Sarfed does support hold herself in the end, and you move underground. So pretty nice tempo move.
I think I waited a long time just trying to negotiate with her on what we were doing here. And probably the biggest risk I've taken so far, which is not even that much of a risk but I do leave Greece undefended. I get the gist that, man, if I'm having this much trouble with Turkey, I don't think Italy's really doing a massive coordination with them and use it to my advantage to go underground. And we're still trying stuff, right? I don't even know if I can go underground where someone else has drilled.
Right.
I don't even know if it's going to work. I do know that you're moving from the underground spot so that I won't land on you, whatever that does. So I do ask if you're moving and you say yes. And I might mention that I'm following, but it may have happened too late.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think it would have made a difference if you said you were or weren't, right? Like, I wasn't going to be there at the end of the phase, anyways.
Yep. And then in space, you see me making a move to be in the same area as or same grid as the Oracle satellite. And yeah, we see England trying because again, test every rule, don't take any assumptions. So they try to move to a non-adjacent square, and that's an illegal move. So you can only move to the 8 squares around where your unit is.
Yep. Yeah, you can see here, like, Germany is has got a free shot at the English satellite and doesn't take it.
Yes, yeah, because we had seen you guys move against him and assume, gosh, they have so many satellites around them, and if they'd thought about the mechanics, could have got the English one. Yep.
Yeah, because they're actively fighting England, right? Like, you know, their press is like, I want to kill England. England is in Helgoland Bight in spring. I don't think anyone would have been surprised. And the other thing that happens here is Turkey grabs your satellite.
Oh yeah, that happened this phase. Oh yeah. I'm trying to remember all of my feelings about that at the time, but I was not happy to say the least.
Yeah, it's
Especially because I wasn't it wasn't as devastating strategically because I didn't know I had that dot in the first place. Um, so it wasn't like I had to disband or I was overbuilt or anything. And there was so much disagreement on what I was doing around Bulgaria that I understood why they do it. And I think this is, I mean, this phase just alone was enough that I wasn't a big fan of um, Turkey at the moment. And so I go around, I think, to you in England and say, "Hey, do you see this?" And The response at the time was, "I don't know, space is kind of crazy. I don't know what's going on up there."
Yeah.
I'm like, son of a jeez. I mean, because part of the idea of like, okay, we're gonna have a big coalition or a big group victory is we do have to hold players in check that they don't just start taking other people's dots. And this was early enough and there wasn't as much information that I just don't think, and you guys were working on Germany. I don't think you were ready to have strong feelings or speak in on a dot snipe like this. But yeah, pretty concerning.
Yeah.
The good news is Italy moved to Eastern Med, and all the squabbles that we had after we see what we I don't after this we are uneasy partners because what the heck is Italy doing?
Yeah, yeah. It was kind of crazy to me how fast it turned around after the phase. Like, I think Italy went to Eastern Med. Sarfed was like, what the hell? Okay, I'm friends with Austria now. It was like 5 minutes after the phase stick.
Yeah, it was great for our relationship because it was not going well. So,
Yeah.
because I think what was supposed to happen here was we were pressuring France and Italy to dislodge the North African fleet, and they didn't. And we're like, well, you're
Yes.
supposed to be defeating the Oracle. You have two fleets on it. Force it, make something happen. I was even coming up with move sets where it would be forcibly disbanded, or so I thought. And they decide not to do that. So again, Germany, France, and Italy are just not giving off the same energy as the other side of the board.
Yeah. Yeah, like there's a Tunis to West, Ion to Tunis, force the thing set, and it doesn't get played. Um, cool. Uh, we can go to the next phase, I think.
Yep.
There's some Germany's retreating at this point. I don't think that's particularly interesting. They're forced disbanded. Okay. Uh, builds. At this point, everyone knows that they have the extra build from the rocket. I also built a rocket in Sev, which means that like that unit is now free to be rebuilt again this phase because the rocket doesn't exist anymore. And I've gotten Berlin. So I have 3 builds, I think it is, which feels pretty good at this point.
Yeah, keeping track of builds and how many SCs and how many units you have, you will see get progressively harder.
Yeah.
And the 2 weeks I had to do this game just on my phone, I'm an old man. I need big screens and probably multiple of them to So when I'm just doing this on my phone and trying to flip back and forth between maps, man, was that hard.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's
It
another reason I wasn't super angry, or I didn't make the biggest deal about Turkey taking my satellite. Is I also built the rocket last phase, which launched and destroyed itself. So I had a build from that, and then I took the Oracle satellite, and I didn't realize I had a satellite last phase. So I have 2 builds as well. So I'm not terribly disappointed. I feel like, hey, I've got a unit in space, I've got a unit underground, I can see everything. And yeah, Italy is doing whatever, but I feel like they're not going to make any progress. And with the drilled sites too, I feel like in a pretty good position here. And I'm not worried about you in the slightest. You are my ride or die from pretty much year one. I'm like, if Russia attacks me, I don't know. It will be a different game.
I was not planning on attacking you at any phase in this game. Like I
Oh, good. Okay.
yeah. I just I don't know, like if you look at the win conditions of the game, it says like you can all win together or you can solo. And solo is just not a thing I ever really get interested in this game. So it seems pretty clear that it's a group win sort of game. Um, and you and I have been having like great chats about like what's going on, what we think about how various mechanics are working, and we're doing a lot of like great info sharing. So yeah, at this point, I would say that you're my best ally here, right? I don't think even it crosses my mind that like stabbing Austria is a thing that I could do, um,
Excellent.
which
Yeah.
is not true of other powers on the board. We'll get there.
Right now, I'm a bit frustrated because I'm dealing with a turkey who we have all the reasons in the world to be friends, and it's hard. it's hard in that circumstance. And I'm like, man, if there's any kind of tension, it's just going to get so much harder.
Yeah.
And then in Italy, who's just YOLOing it and comes to me after they make this move in the fall, and it's like, hey, it was always you and me, buddy. Let's just do it now. It's time. I'm like, what? You said 5 words to me the whole game.
Yeah, yeah. Ben is very much playing this like a game of classic. I think he comes to me early on in the game is like, "Hey, like let's run wintergreen. I love the wintergreen." I'm like, "Oh, this is what we're doing. Okay." uh,
The other interesting thing that happens we see here at the winter start is the rocket that Turkey built in space captured their satellite. So that's the other reason I can't make too big of a deal about them taking my satellite is they um they were aggressive and trying to learn stuff. They built a rocket and they got punished for it. They lost a supply center to a neutral unit.
yeah,
And we did not know that was going to happen. So again, I can't really beat the drums of Turkey's betrayed us all when they are trying to learn stuff and that happens. So
yeah, makes sense. Um, shall we progress at this point?
yeah, I'm good.
Okay, builds. Oh, I only have two builds. I only built two. Did I wave?
Keep track. Did I win?
I have a unit in space and a satellite in space, and on the main map I have one, two, three, four, five, six SCs and 4 units. Yeah, I think I just don't count right and wave one.
No, you've got 5 on the main map. You have 1 underground
Oh,
and 1 in space for your 7 dots.
oh, I lost Romania. That's what I was counting wrong, right? So
Yeah, so when we drilled all those, when you guys drilled all that in the spring and the SC was destroyed, that did make those 5 powers SC count go down by 1.
yep, yeah. And I don't remember who's supposed to get Romania to fall in this phase.
I think it's Turkey. I think we agreed that I would go first and then they would go.
Oh, they're not going into ball? Or they're not going into con?
Oh, this was a while ago. We might have to go forward to moves.
Yeah, yeah, no worries.
Oh, the interesting thing here in orders is the Oracle unit comes off the board. So now we see that I have successfully captured the Oracle satellite. So that is one of the 2 SCs that we were told about. And we think that is truthful, right? We think the Oracle only has total 2 units and 2 SCs. Well, we took one of the SCs and 1 unit went away, and now we have no sign of the Oracle.
Yep. Besides just the, leftover remains of them being in NAF. Um, so yeah, just that's a hint. Yeah, that's a hint that there's more stuff elsewhere on other maps that we can't see yet. Um, yeah, the other thing that's interesting that we kind of skipped over in the is it the retreats or the fall resolution? Can I go back? Um, is that when England drilled on the Norway province, the province is no longer shaded. It's not blue anymore, and the number on England's unit went up from 1-1 to 1-2. Um, so from that we get the idea that you know the harvest map, right? The Slack channel for this, or the Discord channel for these maps is named Harvest. Is about like going to these like green and blue places and harvesting them so that we can get higher numbered units.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we learned that, or we intuit that pretty quickly. That okay, well, if the blue one was raising the second number, and we think that's defense, then the green one's probably raised the first number, and that's probably offense. I think it didn't take long to put that together.
yep. Um, and like I think something I didn't realize until after the game was that like defense isn't that important.
No, it's really not.
Defense is not important at all. Like, what are we defending from? Right? There's one Oracle unit somewhere. There's a bunch of neutrals for us to take. Defense doesn't help us take the neutral units. It's really all about the attack. Um, yeah,
Yeah, even if you were, I thought about this later too. It's like even if we did get into a big fight between the players, a lot of tactics is about maneuvering and getting in an advantageous setup on someone else's units or dots. And that involves not sitting where you are and defending, but being able to aggressively move to where you want to be. And so
Yeah.
defense really isn't helpful there as far as, I mean, you'll just have a static defense. Great. No one can break it until they get around you. And so, yeah, I also didn't put a lot of in my mind when I saw England drill that, I said, "Oh, this is a race now. Is there are going to be no rules on claims on who gets to drill what areas. It's going to be who gets there first, and they're going to have rights. And so I need to get more units down there, and so I can get onto the provinces and start drilling them." So
Yeah. And you do a really effective job at that. At this point in the game, I am still like I can grab the German centers in the main map, so that's where most of my attention is, and I will try to get like Munich this year. Um, okay, shall we look at? Are there any other interesting builds? I don't think so. I think we can move on.
yeah, yep,
Um, Spring '03. Let's look at moves.
yep,
Okay, so we're all moving on to things in the harvest map or drilling them. And in the other map, um, I am moving into Denmark with this unit. These units on my side of the Denmark Norway drill wall have just really nothing to do. So um, I guess like I don't know, there's stuff down in the underground. We can go look for it. In practice, this is like pretty bad, honestly. Like I should have walked into Norway, I think, and gone for the Clyde green space because like looking at Denmark, where is the nearest attack that I can get? It's so far away. All this stuff to the north is walled off. There's just defense down here, and like I can walk around and pick up defense, but like to what end? Um, so yeah, I think this is another like major blunder by me, and we'll see later in the game. Like my position in the harvest map really suffers as a result of this. Like I have a really hard time, breaking any of these neutral tiles by myself because I just have no way of getting more attack.
yeah. And it looks like you're in a great position right now because I remember we were talking about who would use Romania next, and I just used it, so I default. And plus, you drilled it, so I felt like, okay, it's your turn, and you lost the SC to make it. I didn't have to lose any SCs to get underground, which was a big benefit.
Yeah,
I kept all of my cores, and I could. Once I found out that I could use Romania, it's like, well, why would I drill? I don't need to drill. I'll just use that. And with that in mind, then I need to be nice with you to make sure that you allow me to do that. But you're sitting here moving two more units underground, so you have triple. Oh no, Turkey's putting a second one, but you have three before basically almost anyone else has two. So you should be ahead in that race. But you're right. If you can't take the neutrals down there, what good is it?
yeah, yeah. That is very much the blunder. Um,
Yep. On my side here, yeah, I agree with you going into Romania. And Italy and I both lied to each other just big time. I nodded along with them when they said, "Hey, it's always been you and me, and we make plans." I immediately turn around to Turkey and say, "I'm not doing any of this because this is crazy. I don't know what Italy is doing or what moves they're going to make." But we did see in the fall that I did exactly what I said I was going to do, and did not attack you. And I think I threw a support on. So I think right now, at least with the Italian threat, they believe me, and then I do defensive moves that work out pretty well. Where this is a really good spot when we see fall, I'm able to give Italy some ultimatums to cut all this out because they're not going to go anywhere. I mean, the base map is pretty. There's only so many things you can do, and if someone wants to put up a wall, they can. And I don't think they'll be able to get past this, especially when I keep Serbia there. So,
yeah. Um, oh, sorry. Wait, Serbia?
oh, I'm thinking in the because now they moved into Adriatic, so they can put 2 on Trieste. So I need to put 2 on Trieste, but I also need to cover the flanking maneuver into Turingia. So I have
Oh yes.
I have Trieste do the same bounce, and then I put Force 2 on Trieste on the province, and they can't go anywhere unless they get a tap of Serbia. So
Yeah, it feels kind of bad having a bunch of units sitting there, but you like never lose anything.
that's the other problem is I'm really frustrated because I'm having to deal with this above ground war, and I don't want to be doing this. I want to be exploring and going and having fun underground and drilling. And no, I'm locked in this like semi-friend Turkey and outright aggressive Italy. And you guys are just carving up Germany and moving underground. And I feel very behind right now. The one saving grace I have is I look over in space, and I think you and me, we've completely figured out the mechanics. And because you can figure out the mechanics and it's kind of hard to get to space, like you have to build the rocket and get up there. And so you kind of know what's going to be around for the next few years. I used, this is my first foray into Claude code. I just switched over from ChatGPT,
Mhm.
and I had it write a space simulation that I could go in and tell it the position and momentum of every unit and tell it the rules that I thought I knew. And it mapped out like a 5-year path for me to take 5 space centers. And I started following that.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I at this point I also am using like ChatGPT to write some Python for me to tell me like, who can attack my centers, what centers can I get. I'm not doing the 5 year grab every center plan, but I am mapping out like a couple moves at a time for myself.
If it makes you feel better, I put in a requirement that I leave yours till last. So
That's so funny.
I was like, I really want to take either the green, white, or the yellow, or gray ones. Like I was trying to keep it to the ones that would get me in less trouble, the people I'm actually fighting, or the neutral slash don't care. So you in England, the purple and pink, I said don't focus on those, and yeah, it mapped out like this big path, and it gave me options. It was like, well, this would be a high momentum option where you end up at like 4-3, or this would be one where you control your momentum. And yeah, that's what I was following for I think the next 2 or 3 years.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, that's actually really
It's only
cool.
1 dot a year though. I'm thinking, man, that's still not gonna. I'm worried about growing. I'm worrying about staying relevant in the game, and it like you. And the good thing about Germany here and in another one was they happen to be in places where interesting things like that thing in Ukiel, or they were one of the first ones to get up to space, and like having a position where you can help would be really good if you did it, but when you don't say anything, it doesn't you're not turning that information into an advantage for you in the game. So
Yeah, yeah. Like Turkey kind of made, a great information gathering effort out of like nothing, right, with the rocket build. And Germany's kind of doing the opposite, right? They have all sorts of interesting things that they could be trying with Ukeel or learning about Ukeel, and they're not really engaging in the game.
yeah, they could have tried drilling it or transforming, or but we still don't know quite. And this is a whole new icon on the map, right? So, but instead they probably for good reasons move and realize, hey, everyone kind of realizes I want to move to one of those green ones because I'll probably get attack power. So
Yeah. Yep. Um, okay. Uh, oh, I guess Marseille also gets drilled here, which is interesting.
that was interesting. Um, I have no insight into the rhyme or reason for it.
Yeah, I'll call that one a blunder for the same reason that I'll call my move into Denmark a blunder, which is like, where's the attack? Like, surely you want to move like, yeah, you're gonna land in a defense. The nearest attack that you can get with all the stuff blocking you is like 1, 2, 3 moves away. That's like multiple years. Um, I think you should just move Mao into Portugal and then like get NAF, do something, right? Like that feels better than going -1 SC and then struggling a bit.
Yep, I agree.
But yeah, I think like all of us are just sort of overwhelmed with like the rules of the game and are not super thinking about what the long term is. Like we don't have a great sense of like the arc of the game or anything like that yet. So you'll see us making these blunders constantly. Yeah. Okay. Next phase.
Yep.
Retreats. Germany is retreating. I don't think anything as interesting is happening here. France is now underground in Marseille. Yeah, they retreat to Kiel. False start. Is anything interesting happening yet here? I think Turkey comes to me and says, "Hey, I'm taking the Black Sea because they have 2 units underground now and they've got the attack boost." And I'm like, "Sure, it sounds good. Go for the stuff in the corner. That sounds great. I'll do my thing over here." Um, yeah,
Yeah, and then I'm upset because, like I discussed, I can't go on. I can't follow you underground, so I'm getting delayed further because I have to do
yes,
the defensive moves against Italy because I assume Italy's coming for me. And after the spring moves, I went to Italy. And I think I gave them an ultimatum like, you just need to drill Venice. Drilling Venice will do wonders for our relationship, just like it did with you in England. And like the whole same thought process. Put a border between us that neither of us can cross.
yeah,
Makes that attack path so much harder, and we can be friends, and we'll just take turns going under. And in the back of my mind, of course, this is a bit strong arming, right? One, I get another option on how I get underground because I can also go through Venice. And then two, they stop attacking me so I can actually send stuff underground.
right,
And so that was kind of my thought process is, man, Austria in the normal game is a central power and has central power problems. Well, the more stuff that's drilled around me, the less I become more of an island.
yeah,
Was really good. And you can see, yeah, we have some trust here where Turkey had moved away from Bulgaria. So not only do I feel much more secure, even though I feel behind, um, I also see a free dot if I really want it. So
yep. Um, and it's also Italy who's doing the drilling, right? So you're not even the one who would be going down -1 SC for the privilege of the key piece.
oh yeah, they tried to talk me into drilling Trieste, and I'm like, no, because I don't need to. That's the great thing is once you figure out, I mean, there's so much uncertainty, but I realize I can force them to do it because I have Romania, and so I'm like, I don't have to drill. You're gonna, and I told Italy this. I'm like, you're just gonna fall further and further behind if you keep attacking me because you're not gonna get anywhere, and you're gonna be the only person not underground.
Yeah, and Italy is committed 2 units to space. Like they built in space last phase, which means like the only like the only SCs in space are like other people's SCs, right? They're missing out on the gold rush of neutrals, which you can take without offending anybody.
Yep.
Um, okay. Uh, I don't think anything super interesting is happening this phase. I have my unit in U Denmark, and I'm saying like, hey, Germany's not doing anything interesting with this U Kiel thing. Let me see if I can walk there and learn anything about what's going on. So I think I'm gonna go do that. I guess maybe that was the motivation for me to go to Denmark. So maybe it wasn't a total misplay, but just sort of
Trying to, yeah, solve the mystery and be nearer to the things that are unknown. That makes sense.
yep. Um, and then I think France, England, and I have some plan to split a bunch of stuff up. And I don't remember what the situation is here. I think I am supposed to take Munich from Kiel. Yeah, I am. So this is where my tactical blundering last year kind of gets me um, in the end, which is that like instead of being the one in all three of the German home supply centers, it's England and Kiel, which it's fine, but you snooze, you lose.
Yeah, same thing. Like you guys told me you were doing this, but I never could get over there to even make a claim on Munich. You know,
Right.
kind of divide Germany equally,
Yeah.
post World War II style, basically.
Right. There's no discussion of like, oh yeah, can you come out and help with Munich at all? You're just locked in this Italy stuff.
Yeah, dealing with trying to. ensure Turkey that I'm not going to kill them, and then also have them defend against Italy. Yeah, so I really don't get anywhere.
Yeah. Okay. Moves.
Yeah, moves. We half discussed them, but I put in the moves I said to go to Tyrrhenia and defend Venice. I do coordinate with Turkey on what we're doing with the Eastern Med Italian fleet, so like we are somewhat working together. And then in space, you can also see I put together the resultant vector to take the Italian satellite that's in the lower left corner.
Clean, clean, clean. Yeah. And in my side, I am just entering the move that will let me defend my own satellite from the Italian one because I don't trust the Italians one bit. But they're also entering the move that will defend their satellite against me. So we both just cover our own dots.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's what happened there. Yeah, you can see the arrows start to get pretty messy, but yeah, that is. I think we've all pretty much figured it out here. I don't remember any like serious space blunders after this.
Yeah. There's also some other stuff, right? Like Turkey's dotting France in space. Italy's dotting England in space. Space is just very chaotic very soon, and like very few people have their own satellites in space at this point.
That's foreshadowing right there.
Yeah, yeah. You'll see why it's relevant later on. Just a couple more hours into the VOD. Um, how far are we in, by the way? We're like 2 hours in. An hour 40. Um,
Okay,
I think that's a reasonable pace for the amount of time we want to get this done in.
I do so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
it will pick up as we. Yeah, it usually picks up towards the end. Yeah.
So yeah, I think the moves map we talked about. Everyone's drilling on the harvest map. Turkey's taking Black Sea as agreed. I'm moving to pick up Albania. I think it is.
Yeah,
Which
so you have the two attack now, so you don't need 3 units. You just need your 2 units. You can handle stuff by yourself now.
yep, exactly. Um, yeah. Anything else interesting happening? We make Munich retreat, and we'll see what that does in the retreats phase.
Oh yeah, this is and it's so funny. I mean, so many of the game mechanics we'll learn just through happenstance, and this is a big one where yeah, I mean, there was no guarantee that Munich had to be retreated in this war, right?
Yeah,
It could have shuffled out differently where um but yeah, we'll save that for when it happens.
and yeah, if I'd entered the right orders last year, right, and if I'd walked Silesia and Munich convoy to Berlin, we would never have retreated Munich, and we never would have discovered something interesting. So, what is that something interesting? Oh, Italy does drill Venice. Um,
They do in the fall. Yep.
yep. Okay, there's a couple of interesting things here.
Yeah, there is. Go ahead. Which one do you want to cover? I'll cover the other.
I'll take the space one, maybe. So the first thing that happens is that I think this is England. England lands on the neutral satellite, or well, the Turkish satellite that Sarfed lost because she tried building a rocket on it, and the rocket like also launches. And apparently, what launching does is it adds 30 to the first component of your velocity. Um, so like, why would you want to launch in space? 30 doesn't do anything. It's all mod 10. Right? The movement's all mod 10. Um, who knows? But yeah, so England also just lands on this satellite. I think they pick it up in the results.
Yeah,
Do you want to talk
the
about? Oh,
the
sorry.
retreat is like going around the space map 3 times. That's why you see all those lines. Landing back on the satellite because mod 10, like you said, and then capturing it. And we're like, what the heck just happened? Oh, and then the other thing is in the main map, the German army in Munich has to retreat, and the GM Captain Meme will list out all the retreat options that a unit has when they need to, and this Munich army has 4 retreat options that are a big surprise, and they are SWI 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Switzerland 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're like, what is going on? And We kind of thought about this, but no one had put it together, obviously, as no one had tried it yet. But you notice there is some slight differences in this map versus a normal diplomacy map. And I did note at the beginning that the Ireland is missing, the Mediterranean islands are not there, and I only noticed it when I started putting doing screenshots and trying to like when I was trying to map the launches up to space, that this map has a black border and none of the other maps have a black border. And also, Switzerland is black instead of a more neutral color. So we start to put together a lot of theories and thoughts after we kind of put all those puzzle pieces together.
Yeah, yeah. This also just blows the board wide open. Um, we saw the transform order very early in the game, right? Like in spring in the first phase, and we didn't know what it did. And I think at this point there'd been enough mysteries that we had sort of like tabled the whole like failed because this is not a high coast thing. Um, and now this comes back, right? Like we see like oh like it's we 1 through 4 like maybe this is what a high coast is. Like it sounds sort of like Imp Dip, where they're like high seas. I don't know. Like so at this point, I think England and France are arranging a dislodge at the edge of the board so that they can figure out whether France gets to retreat to the black border outside the board.
Yes, because we don't know the names until we saw, like, we didn't know the Swiss 1, 2, 3, 4 was a province until we saw it in the retreat options. So we have a theory that the outside is similar, but we don't know the name of that. So they have to arrange a dislodge in order to find out the names of the provinces so future people can move to it.
Yes, thanks. Um, yeah, so
This is very concerning for a couple of reasons. One is Swiss 1, 2, 3, 4. I assume all border Tyrrhenian as well as Munich. So now there's a potential for 4 units to be quote unquote on my border or close to me.
yeah,
And I think it's more positive. Like, okay, we're discovering more mysteries. But the more I think about it, and you have your own thought process that is far more dire. Is okay, so there's a lot more options around me as far as maneuvering. So that needs to play into my thought going forward.
yeah. I mean, you say dire. Like now we understand, by the way, like at the very first phase of the game we were talking about, like how many moves are you from my home supply centers, right, with the Oracle? And they say 2 for me. And now is when we start putting together that, like, actually, yeah, this NAF unit, if it can move to the black border and then to my home supply centers, is 2 moves from my home supply centers.
Yep.
And my reaction to this is, oh my god, like, how do I defend anything?
I don't think you could. Like,
It's
realistically, if everyone wanted to take St. Petersburg and what is that, Moscow? Yeah, and oh, sorry, and Sevastopol,
yeah,
they're just gone.
it's all free real estate for anyone who wants it. Um, yeah, it's really painful. So
Probably worse than mine.
yeah, yeah, you're like, oh man, people could be walking into Tyrol here, and I'm like, oh, people could walk into all my stuff, right? Like, and I think for most of the rest of this game, this is like a certain level of paranoia, and like everyone has the opportunity to stab me every phase, so I need to be just on the best behavior possible, basically. Um,
That's right. It's Tyrol and Tyrrhenian. See, I got those two. See how much diplomacy I played. Tyrol in the middle there.
yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Captain Meme was so nice to me. Several moves I would enter like the wrong 3 letter abbreviation, like Norway instead of NOR and NWG. I messed up, and then Silesia. I messed up the 3 letter thing.
Oh my gosh.
But in general, I think the 2 or 3 times I did it, he was forgiving and said, I know what he meant here. I'm not going to blow up his position because he did SIL instead of SIE or whatever, which one's right. So,
Yeah, that was super nice of him.
yeah. But yeah, it's hard to keep up with. As you can see, there are no names on the map. There's no .vm for you imp dippers. There is no view map. There's nothing. So,
Yeah, yeah, it's and that's like sort of intentional, right? Like part of the puzzle is figuring out what the names of these things are. And if the map had come with labels saying SWI 1 through 4, you know, it wouldn't have been the same.
Yep.
Okay, next phase.
New map.
Oh my god, there's more.
A fourth map? I can't handle it. I can't do all these maps.
Um, I think we still don't see this map. I think only Germany sees this map right now.
That's correct.
And I don't think Germany's description of the map is particularly enlightening.
It was just about as good as their description of space, which is to say horrible. Horrible, not helpful, helping their case to stay alive in any way.
Yeah, you'll see that Germany has one supply center left, and it's their satellite in space. So Germany's in real danger. And I think here Captain Meme gives them a hand by telling them the names of the provinces that they would need to walk into in a see this phase. Or maybe it's next phase.
It may even be next year. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think like we have no way of knowing what the names of any of these provinces are, right? Like what provinces can this German unit move to? We don't know anything. So must have given instructions for both phases. I don't know. I haven't read it, but I know that Captain Meme does help Firebender get into a dot here.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Um, builds.
Yeah, because we can't see this map yet, so our info is mainly the same.
Okay, so Liverpool for the dislodge, the planned dislodge. I don't know what this army is doing. Maybe this army is going into Romania. I don't remember. I think you got in last phase, so maybe it's my turn. I don't quite know what's happening. Um, and yeah, Germany just keeps the one unit on in the new map. The Discord channel for this map is called Absence. I guess we don't know that yet either.
We find out pretty soon. Yeah, as soon as we get there. Yeah.
Yep.
I think Germany may have told us too. Like that was like maybe the one piece, but it's not as directly useful as conserve and harvest in my mind, at least. I'm like, well, there's an absence of what? So
Yeah. Okay, cool. Next phase.
yeah. Oh, I did ask Italy in this winter to get rid of Fleet Adriatic, and instead they got rid of the Army Rome. So not a big fan of that move. It just means I have to keep something in Trieste.
Yeah.
But not the end of the world. I am very interested to going to the Black Switzerland. So
Yep, makes sense. And I guess like Turkey at this point is just kind of in the world where they're just letting you have Bulgaria any year if you want it.
I think so. I was hoping. I think it was a good move on their part, right? We've established kind of a global kumbaya, except screw Germany,
Yeah.
and we've already started making like there has been noises about people taking satellites and Italy's aggression. So I think they almost don't mind leaving Bulgaria open because a it lets them keep pace faster going into the underground and to harvest. And if I ever did take it, there's cause belly. Like there's a reason for war. There's a reason for people to rally against me. Like I think they may have been able to get you on side or get Italy on side if I started being aggressive. So I think it was a pretty good idea on their part. Is it's hard to defend and it ties up units, so why not use that to your advantage? I don't know if that's all the thought process that went in, but that's I think it was good. On my side, I'm thinking here's a way I can show my friendship for years to come by not taking that dot and by focusing elsewhere.
Yeah, it's like a little friendship renewal you have to do every year, right? And like every time you don't take the dot, it's like, okay, they're on side. Um, it's like pretty valuable that way. Okay, shall we move to the next phase? Oh, France is disbanding. And they're disbanding because they drilled Marseille.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
So just pain.
Didn't even really need to. I guess they get the other unit down to harvest, and they can focus on some of these dots in the med. So
Yep.
I don't know. You sacrifice one to probably gain two or three. That's calculus. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And you also kind of fortified your southern above ground border, right? Italy's not going to start walking that way.
Yeah, that's true.
You thought you did until we figured out about Switzerland. So
Yeah, now suddenly it's just it's free range for anyone who wants to, throw 4 on Burgundy. Like, okay.
and you see, like we're mentioning the ability to move between Switzerland, the absence map, and the above ground map, but we don't think that's possible between the normal map and the harvest underground map. And I'm not sure if we knew that completely or if there were some Oracle answers, but that's the general understanding
Oh,
at the moment.
yeah, the idea that you would be able to do that never crossed my mind this game.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because like there's no black border on the harvest one.
Yep. That makes sense.
Um, okay, let's look at spring.
Yes.
Okay, spring 04 start. I kind of want to just look at the moves.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Yeah. So this is what happened with Switzerland. We have a bunch of discussions about like how we're going to discover province names, and in the end, we agree that France and I are going to dislodge the German unit so that they get to learn the names of the provinces that are adjacent to Switu. Um, and they get back like a whole list of province names, or maybe just these 4. It might just be these 4.
They are transforming on the absence map and successfully transformed that army they got dislodged and retreated there is now becoming a fleet.
Yes.
When you guys and we also learn, I didn't even realize we learned this here, is that a dislodge does not prevent the transformation. So you guys are dislodging an army which is becoming a fleet and will have fleet retreat options.
Yeah, that's really cool. I also didn't notice that that's what happened. Um, what is I think my unit in Sevastopol is attempting to go to Ukiel. No, that's not what it is. That might be what it is. There's a couple of like random misorders to Ukiel. My space unit tries to go to Ukiel.
Yes. Multiple ones are.
Yeah. There's a bunch of testing happening. Oh, this is another thing that happens. So like we talked previously about how you can ask Captain Meme for the name of the provinces that your units are currently in. The name of this province right now is not, oh my god, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's not G2. It is like G2 slash TS1 or something like that. There's like a TS and there's a number. Um, and when we ask Meme what the name of that is, he says Transmat Satellite 1. So again, like what? What is this? So this is when we start to put together that like you might be able to use the satellites to like move to places, right? Like there might be some additional adjacencies to these or some other way to use them. And so a bunch of people try that. I think Italy tries to go to Ukiel. I also try to go to Ukiel. England is trying to go to Ukiel. And the one that succeeds is Italy. And what we realize here is this satellite in Ukiel actually has the colors of Germany and neutral on it. So our theory after seeing this is that uh, the neutral satellites and the German satellite can connect to Ukiel. And we a bunch of us are getting to absence at this point, and we also see that there's satellites of the other colors. So there's a mine and Turkey's is here, Italy's and Austria's is here. Uh, this looks like France and England's. So like, you know, it looks like there's a bunch of these satellites around, and that the things in space connect to them. Um, the other odd thing is there's an underwater satellite in this lake that looks inaccessible except by going through the Oracle satellite.
Yeah, it's double blue, double dark blue, so the Oracle satellite color. And like it's such good game design because we're learning like multiple things that we've been noodling on for the last 2 real life weeks, right? We're learning
Yeah.
actually farm on this turn. We're learning how to learn the names on the absence map. We're learning about transmat satellites and the ability to move between maps through the satellites. So like it's just really well designed where man I was so excited every time moves went through these, especially these first 5 or 6 phases, because there was so much more information to piece together, have your crackpot theories, figure out things. So that is just a real delight. So
Yeah, super cool. And like, I don't know, I'll say it anytime anyone brings this up. This is like one of the coolest experiences in gaming that I just have ever had.
oh, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything else interesting going on at this point?
My moves are still dealing with Italy. I have no idea what's happening, and yeah, I do get to go underground. I guess we took turns, and you already had 3 units to my one, so I guess it made sense I took Bulgaria, and I also go to Switzerland. I coordinate with you guys to not mess with your dislodge plan and go to Swiss 4.
Yep.
And then on the main map, you see we have dislodges happening in the bottom right and top left. So France is getting dislodged, so they can go into the black, and so is the Italian fleet. I guess this is the first movement phase that we have a new Italy. BenG subbed out, and Emu came in, and Emu is far more excited about the mysteries on the map and solving it than BenG was indicating, and that again completely changes the dynamic between the three southern powers. I do bounce them in Ionian here. And I even go back to them and say, "Hey, sorry, just didn't know how real you were." But after holding Eastern Med to get dislodged and the press that they've been sharing, I actually feel really good that they are more aligned with you and me and England as far as their motive for the game than the previous. So that also allows my units to have a lot more freedom. You see, I'm going underground and I'm going to absence.
Yeah. I think I never had any doubt this game that Emu was always in it for the puzzle. And they were also just a super friendly and awesome person to talk to. So very glad to see them sub in.
Yep, agreed.
Okay. The next phase?
Yeah, so retreats. The only thing interesting is the Italian army did go from space from the white, originally white owned satellite in space, which is like the rocket neutral color,
Yeah.
and it moved from that to the harvest map on the province Ukiel. The other interesting thing is, um, I think I don't know if we realized this last phase or not, but not you Swiss, but Swiss 1 through 4 is a different void to enter than the you see 8 circles here on the right of the absence map. And with these retreats, we learn these are called OTB, which I guess was off the border or on the border.
I think it was off the board.
Off the board. There you go. And if you look at the black edge of the main map, it lines up where there's eight points you can enter. So
Yeah. And I think those will start getting rendered, or maybe we'll just be sort of in the void there.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. Okay. Retreats. Yes, both people retreat to off the board. They don't accidentally go to the same one. And bang. Okay. Yeah, they just are now floating in the black border off in space. Not in space. Sorry, that's a different thing. And that's also in this game. They're just floating the black border outside the map, outside of Europe.
naming was tough in this game.
Cool. Yeah. So at this point, a bunch of people can now see the absence map. Who can not see the absence map? Only England, I think. One, two, three, four, five. Turkey can't see it either. But yeah, everyone will get to the absence map very quickly.
Mhm. But then it's interesting because unlike you see both the harvest map and the which is the underground one and the absence map, it's like you get there and there does feel like, and you see on the absence map there's a ton of dots, neutrals, that do not have those annoying defensive units in it.
Oh yeah.
So both of these maps, the first people that get there, it's very exciting, but there is two different mechanisms that slow your expansion. In Underground, it's those neutral high defense units you have to dislodge. And then in Absence, it's the fact that we don't know the names of any of the provinces, and we can only really learn them at the beginning here by doing force retreats or by making someone retreat and seeing it in the options.
Yeah.
So I really like how he did that with the mechanics. Is um, it doesn't allow anyone to just race around ahead of the others or block others from coming in. You really have to do coordination because you can't dislodge your own unit, right? So there's so many mechanisms or mechanics of this game that to me are encouraging the group victory, the cooperation, and encouraging people to not be antagonistic. That I thought that was should have been an easy sell for everyone to work together.
Some foreshadowing there. Uh, yeah, I really, really enjoy, and this is a thing I like about game design generally, and I think this is a great example of it. When a very simple rule or a very simple statement um, profoundly impacts the way the game works, right? Like, I think the things that contribute to this being super interesting are just like there's no labels on the province maps, and when you retreat, you can get the list of valid provinces to retreat to, right? And then that from that comes all of this interesting stuff about like tactically retreating, finding names of provinces, guessing how things might be named, um, working together to like dislodge each other so that you can get into dots. Um, yeah, it feels like super interesting in an emergent way for not that much penalty and rules complexity. Like these rules are like not anything crazy far out of normal diplomacy rules, but they're being leveraged and yeah, they're being leveraged to do quite a bit of interesting work.
Yeah, he's so far we've only seen drill and transform and the rocket, and then the rest of this is yeah, you're ordering units from one province to the adjacent ones and seeing what happens. You just don't know what all the adjacent provinces are or exactly how to do it, but it doesn't feel like a whole different game. It feels like just a very interesting variant of diplomacy for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, follow moves.
Yes.
I think it's my turn to fall into the hole now, but I maybe I don't take it because I'm like, oh, off the board looks more interesting.
Yeah, I think that's what happened here. And I'm like, well, there's no reason to stick around on the main map now that we have two maps full of SCs. I don't, and I am playing for the group victory. I don't need to be on the main map anymore. Emu, the new Italy, seems legit, so I want to move as much as I can towards neutrals. That was the idea for me.
Yep. And this begins, my usual fear about, uh, you know, everyone dotting me every phase, right? Like from now on, there will constantly be people in off the board who can take retreats into my dots, walk into my dots, everything, every phase. Um, yeah. The other thing that's pretty interesting that happens here. So, funny test retreat here. So Turkey gets supported into the Italy dot by England, who's on the other side of Europe, but also adjacent to the edge of the board. Um, and the goal of that is to find out all the province names adjacent to the right side of the map. Um, so here, Germany gets a hand into the dot from Captain Meme, and you can see like we had discovered that after Emu's move down into the into Yuki, that these things all had names. I think they were like TSA through TSE. So like this was like Yuki slash TS. Is it TSD? It might have been.
TSD. Yeah, these are I call them like the radar dishes. Though there's one on the harvest, and the rest of them are on the absence map. Those little
Yeah.
radars.
So there's a bunch of people entering invalid orders to figure out which is which this phase.
Yep, and also to try to figure out more names of provinces in absence. When Germany had to retreat from Swiss 2, it actually gave all the provinces and all the land provinces. Um, or there was some like we started to see a pattern. Like all the sea provinces started with a W, and then the land provinces um, started with letters, but you could tell like the first letter was which continent it was on. Was that
Yeah,
apparent pretty quickly? Yeah.
I think that became. I don't know how clear that became, but also, but the thing that was obvious was the third letter, like the last letter of the province names for land, was always L.
Yes.
So that was yeah, and then I think we start figuring this out pretty soon, and I don't know when it happens. It might happen this phase, like after this phase, that Emu figures out how the sea provinces are named, and I think I figure out how the land ones are named. I don't remember exactly who did what, but we come to the conclusion that like each of these continents has a name. Like the first letter is of a land provinces on that is the letter for that continent, and they're ordered in like the topmost point, going top down on the map. So this thing in the top right is continent A. This is continent B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. And this whole thing is continent H on the left side because it wraps around. And on top of that, so the second letter of the province names on land is just like also alphabetical in order of topmost point of the province. So like this SC is AAL because it's on continent A and it's got the highest point out of any of the provinces on this continent, and then L for land. And then these sea tiles there's 26 of them, which clues us in pretty quick to them also being lettered by the alphabet. So like there's like WSA is like this one, and then it goes all the way down to WSZ, I think. Maybe this one is WSA.
This map wraps top and bottom, but not left to right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so there was also some confusion about like, well, like uh this province, like this loop province around the Oracle satellite is called like BAL, right? If you go by this name scheme. And there's a province on the main map also called BAL, right? It's Baltic Sea. Um and Meme also just chimed in to clarify that yeah, multiple provinces can have the same shortened name, which also was a big clue to us that like we were on the right track.
Yep. So when you see a bunch of red arrows on absent, like France just trying a 3-letter acronym here and it being a random one on that the big continent, like we're all just trying to figure out what the names are of things, either the radar dishes or where we can move to, or because we're all interested in going for the dots, and it's just figuring out how we can do it.
Yep.
Like when you and me move here from Swiss 2 and 4 to the land, we don't know where we're going. We know that there are like 6 or 7 tiles we can go to because we saw it from the German retreat options, but we don't know where we're going to end up. And it was kind of fortuitous that I think we ended up where we did, which worked pretty well.
Yeah, I think at this point you had a plan where we could like dislodge each other in such a way that even if we didn't know anything about the province names, that we could both guarantee a dot. Like you could choose which one of two places to retreat to randomly, and whichever one you retreated to, like if it wasn't the dot, you could walk into the dot the next phase by process of elimination,
Yep.
which was super cool by the way.
Oh, and the reason the GM Captain Meme gets or helps the German fleet in absence, because there's no way that German fleet knew what the name of that dot is they moved to, was because they saw in space that I am capturing the German satellite as part of my 5-year plan. And they didn't want firefighters to die, or they were throwing them a bone, basically. So that's why you're like, well, they're talking about all these finding out the names and retreats. How did the German fleet just move right into it? And that was, I think, an Oracle answer to be kind to them.
That's fun. I am studiously avoiding dotting anyone in space here. I could have dotted England, but I don't do it. We're playing alone. Um, yeah. So that's I guess that's most of what's going on in the main maps thing as well, and what's going on in space. And then just in the Harvest channel, we're just doing what we're going to be doing for a while now, which is walking from place to place and supporting each other into dots. Um,
He's really upset with you about a GNC.
oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, it happened during the spring phase.
Uh-huh.
So there is. I messed this up. So originally, Turkey is supposed to go down into Khan, and I'm supposed to support Turkey down into Aegean with this 2 strength unit. But I'm entering orders like 30 minutes before the phase is due in the morning, and we talked about this with Turkey like I don't know a day or two before, and I just didn't remember. Um, so I end up taking the other way, and Turkey is not happy about this. And Turkey's saying a lot of stuff like, you're trying to keep me contained. You've got some ulterior motives. Like, stop. Do whatever. I don't know. Screw yourself, etc. Just a lot of very angry press. And yeah, that was just legitimately me at 7 a.m. not remembering that I was supposed to take the other way.
Yeah, I also thought they should have like their moves here weren't optimal either to get in position to take a Gian. Like they're moving uh, they're just not positioning them well. They're losing a phase or two as far as when they have to swing back around to take it. And so there's just some suboptimal moves either this year or next year where I'm not clear on what the goal is. Or at least to me it seems slower than it needs to be. And maybe part of it was the miscommunication, but now that Italy is all friendly and exciting, I can go back to my suspicion of Turkey.
Yeah. Yeah, we can go back to the fall moves here. So this Turkish move into Aegean is a protest move. Um, and I'm like, hey, like, I'm really sorry I screwed this one up. Like, what can I do? And they're like, well, like, you need to support me in with the 2 strength unit. And my 2 strength unit is supporting Emu into, which one is this one? Oh my god, Adriatic Sea? Adriatic Sea. Um, and like Emo's being super friendly and nice, and Sarfet is sending like a bunch of just frankly like hostile press. And I'm like, you know what? Like, do it yourself. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and just like take the temper tantrum and also move out of my way to support you into this dot now. Like, I don't know. Sarfet has been like cooperative when it comes to the map, but like if you look at the actual moves here, um, Sarfet is not helping me into any dots, right? And has not helped me into any dots the whole game. Um,
And notably, they could have shifted underground Black Sea to Armenia, and then Armenia down to, oh God, I'm so bad at the
to
names.
Smyrna,
Smyrna,
right?
and taken it themselves. But instead, they do something way more interesting, which is they drill underground Black Sea.
Yeah, very cool. Um, and they're also just like, what the hell? Like I drilled my own dot so that I could hold, so that I could do this thing, right? Like instead of going and taking the dot myself, and like you're screwing me, which is like fair, but also like don't be a jerk. Like, uh,
I mean, so many times I'm like, man, I will give you what you want if you just ask nicely.
yeah, yeah. I think like this is also it was very hard for me to internalize that this is not a game of diplomacy. Like the fact that the win conditions are team win and not team draw. There's no team draw, end game condition. It's just team win. Um, and so like at this point, like Sarfed's like, oh, you want to keep me contained, you want to stop me from growing, you blah blah blah. I'm like, with what incentive, right? Like I have no incentive to do any of this, right? Like it's a team win at the end. There is no team win, but also you have the highest number of dots, so get a special medal or anything like that, right? Like it's very much a team game. So I think like Sarfin and I are super not on the same page this phase, and frankly this whole year. Uh, and I think at this point Sarfet is also going around like asking various people if they would coalition me. And this is especially bad because now everyone is adjacent to my dots. And I was saying like, oh man, I need to be on good behavior. And now we have all this stuff happening between me and Turkey. And I think Turkey's like talking to England and saying like, hey, would you support me into Sev? Like, because this unit off the board can go to Sev. Um, and thankfully, I think enough people are friendly with me that Turkey doesn't get anyone biting at the idea of coalitioning me, which is a huge relief.
Yep, not me. They were angry about the Aegean Sea. I said, well, just go do it yourself. I understand would, but you can also go do it. And I'm still myth like the satellite take from 2 years ago, talking about just say what I want to hear and things will be so much better. No apology.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was yeah, I see why you didn't like that. Here's the reason I did it. I was losing X, Y, and Z, or I was drilling, or there was just never an apology. And I'm like, man, if we could just we are it's funny, the whole game we're trying to do the same thing but just not on the same page. So they Sarfa did not get a lot of sympathy from me on your miss move here. And I was just like, well, go do it yourself. And by the way, you're not moving efficiently to go do it yourself. So
Yeah. I think like at this point, I have a fair amount of goodwill with the board, and Sarfet doesn't, right? Because every phase, right? Like I don't know, we Sarfet did some dotting in space, and we didn't really punish her for it there immediately, but like people are taking notice. Um,
yeah, dotted France, dotted me, continues just to do things. And even like if you're experimenting like that, I would be so loud about it to the seven-way chat. I'd be like, look, I'm making this sacrifice for the good of the board and we're going to see what happens, and I'm going out and taking a risk. And
yeah,
what surprised me is like even the five players drilling on the same phase, or this drill of the underground, was just the first time I even heard about it was on the moves.
yeah,
A bit surprising.
yeah. It's interesting because it's also just the first dot that we controlled underground, right? So it was the first dot we could try drilling underground too. Uh,
Hmm. Hmm.
but yeah, okay, so that's what's going on, and I'm talking to England, and England's like, yeah, if it comes to it, if Turkey does just try to blitz you, I'll be on side. So that's also relief, and you seem like you're on side too, and I think you two are the main people I really want on side in any conflict that might show up with Turkey. Um, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I get Emu into this dot, so we get on this whole thing. Oh, the other thing that happens is France pretty aggressively moves to take these two dots, and they're going to continue pushing on Italy here. So
Oh, yeah, I was making a big deal about this. I'm like, this is greedy. They're taking forward dots. Because I think you and I were talking about just generally what dots. I'm like, no, what we need to do is take the middle dots first and then all move away from each other to diffuse. Because I keep looking forward to the there are no more neutrals. We're not all going to sit around and look at each other situation. I think
yeah,
that's really going to break down.
yeah,
And seeing France avoid dots in their rear, like pocket dots, basically, was definitely a concern.
yeah. France is definitely playing super forward, um, and they are not going to make friends playing super forward.
Mm-mm.
Okay, let's look at the next phase. Oh yeah, wait, sorry. The drill. So the drill goes through, and this becomes a white colored province, and now there's an army in the Black Sea. What?
Not only is there an army in the Black Sea, but Sarfed got a message that they were what falling through the anomaly.
Yeah, which, like, okay, I don't know what that means. But yeah, they're now sitting in the Black Sea with an army, and I think meme says like if this unit stays in the Black Sea next phase, it'll like capsize or something. Um,
Drowns. Yeah.
it drowns. Okay, yeah. So it's also like what?
Floating armies, of course, just a normal game of diplomacy.
Army Black Sea, of course. Yeah. But yeah, that's what's going on here. I think next phase. Turkey retreats into the dot. I guess they just guess. Or was that Italy retreating into the dot? I can't tell.
Let's see. Move forward.
It's Italy. Yeah.
Really had a better feel of the names down here. This was a guess. I remember asking. This was a 50-50 guess.
Okay. So maybe I gave the explanation of how the tile names worked and a little too early. I don't think he must not have known at this point.
Yep.
Um,
So they got dislodged and they were probably given two land names, and they guessed between the two land names and they got it.
yeah. Pretty lucky for them. Okay. So what else is going on here? Um,
Turkey also dotted Italy in space. They claim this one was just protecting their own satellite, aka the satellite they stole from me.
Oh no, they're dotting you in space. They're dotting you in space.
Oh, they're dotting me. They're dotting my satellite that I took from Italy.
Yes. Um, I think they asked me during the phase whether I was taking the satellites, and I said no. And so they were like, "Great, I'll go for it." And I did know about this before the phase. I'm sorry for lying about this during the game, but I was also like, you know what? Why don't you get more people pissed at you? That sounds great. That's what I need.
Second dot they've taken from me, and this one they claimed to me they were just protecting from you, I believe. Which okay,
No, they were not. They knew I was not going there, and I was looking to get as many people pissed at Turkey as possible because Turkey was pissed at me. Um,
yep.
so that's the true story of what happened with that satellite dotting.
Well, I did not care for it. I'll put it that way.
Yeah,
Didn't want
I didn't think it would endear them to you at all. Endear you to them?
I just go back to my program and say, "Hey, Claude, there's another dot we got to take. Add it to the 5-year program."
Yeah, sure.
Just add it to the motion. And I am thinking that way. I'm not thinking I want to get more units up there because unlike like fronts or little groups of units, I don't really see any benefit to over controlling space. One, it's so chaotic, and two, the best defense you'll have is having a unit up there for every supply center that you have that just drift along. And that's not what you want to do is find situations where I can have less units than supply centers. Well,
Yeah.
four right now. So I didn't really want to overinvest in space, especially with all the neutrals on the other two maps.
Yeah, like the way the space dots move around makes like coordinating your units ineffective. So yeah, we just basically did a lot of random dotting of each other, and you know,
I don't think we ever tried a space support. Um, I don't think it would have mattered at all. But at some point, we do, or I asked the Oracle, what happens if two units end up in the same square? And they said it's a kaboom. The
yes, yeah, we knew that, and I think I asked at some point to the Oracle what the list of like available order types was in space. I don't remember if support was on that list, but I know for sure like drill, transform, convoy, like those were not legal options.
a support wouldn't make sense. So yeah, I thought I didn't really understand the full purpose of space yet. I don't think we have seen one of the transmit to the radar, but I wasn't interested. And so when they took as long as I have as long as I have one satellite up here that I own, I'm okay with I'm okay with it because I have the one unit and I have a plan to take one every year. So at worst, I'm going to stay neutral up here.
Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Okay, let's.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. If you have more to say, let's say it. Otherwise, like I was just gonna move forward.
I was leading into the builds, and with them taking that satellite, I don't have a build, and now I have a Turkish army back on the main map. So
Ooh,
yeah.
yeah, yeah, yeah. You've been drilling a fair bit in the underground, but you haven't gotten to the point where you have any dots yet. So you have like a big investment that hasn't been paying off yet.
Correct.
Um, and like you'll get a dot in absence this year, uh, but again, like it hasn't paid off yet.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So France is building in Paris, so this will be a very interesting unit to follow the progress of.
Hmm.
Um, and otherwise, the builds just look like builds. I think England is planning to convoy a unit through off the board to somewhere, um, which is kind of cool. Yeah, let's look at the next year. When is it that we understand what the deal with this lake dish is? Is that now?
I think it's an '06.
Okay. Okay. Then maybe let's just skip that. We can look at moves.
Yeah, just go straight to moves.
Okay. Um, yeah, so I guess on maps, maps is getting pretty quiet and it's going to be pretty quiet for a moment. Um, these two units in Kiel and Berlin will just sit there support holding each other the whole game. So minor spoilers. Um, and people are just moving stuff off of maps, right? There's this huge like world of neutrals that everyone can just take, and so like being on maps like the main map is no longer interesting.
Yep. And the only thing I asked for here was with that Army Black Sea. I really did want them to move it to that's Armenia, I think.
Okay.
Yes, Armenia, because of course it could have come to Bulgaria or Sevastopol here, had a free Sevastopol, and I'm really glad to see this. Like that's the thing is Turkey would cooperate for the most part, and like here they could have caused more disruption, or I guess Sev would not have been good because you could have taken it back.
um
No, it would have been 2v2 with the on the border units.
yeah, I probably was just losing Sev at that point. um
Yeah.
I think towards the end of the press phase, I was feeling better about the Turkey press that I was getting than I was at the beginning of the phase, and so I was willing to just risk it. Um, I also didn't know, and I really did want to go to off the board. I also didn't know if I could move Sevastopol to off the board if it was a fleet. Um,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
so I had to build St. Petersburg North Coast, and I just moved it off the board.
Yep.
I think this is another one where I made the decision sort of last minute and forgot to tell England. I was like, "Hey, England, whoops, going off the board," and he was like, "Yeah, that's fine." Yep. So in Harvest, we're just doing a bunch of dot collection. You can see again, France is moving super aggressively, right? So they're walking onto the attack space. They're trying to get a 3 attack dot, which is fine. But oops, I didn't mean to forward. Um, okay. Note to self: don't use the trackpad.
Yeah. France moving up into underground Naples. To I just it's so greedy. So
Yeah.
and I would say I was scared of 3 attack units in the underground. Like there's so few less defense options you have. It really can just go take almost any dot that it wants.
Yeah, they can walk into anything, and they can just walk through the neutrals. Um,
Yep.
so there's like a pretty big difference between a 2 attack and a 3 attack
The
thing in the
only thing that
underground.
really bothered me in the underground here was Turkey, Armenia. So many options. This unit could go down to whatever that bottom one's, Syria,
Yeah,
and take that defense, or it could move to Khan in order to guarantee Aegean, which you can't help with because it'd be 2v2. And instead, it goes north towards what I'm working on up here.
yeah, that's a really weird one. Like guarantee Aegean, right? Surely guarantee Aegean every time.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
and they weren't a fan of me. They even piped in and said, "Oh, you shouldn't have taken Silesia that way." And I was like, "Well, who are you to tell me what to do? I'm over here off on my own doing my thing." And they did not appreciate it. I don't know if it was because I was staying around the white void of underground Black Sea, or
Oh, they were so paranoid about Underground Black Sea. Yeah.
let you fall into Black Sea. But I don't know. They can defend. I guess, yeah. You have options of going to Bulgaria or to Ankara there. So
Yeah, they come to me, they're like, hey, we need to bounce Underground Black Sea because I don't want Austria getting into Black Sea with an army. And like internally I'm like, what is Austria doing with one army in the Black Sea? Like have fun, right? Like if Michael wants to go to the Black Sea, he can enjoy himself in the Black Sea. Like, you know,
and meanwhile, I'm moving further away from Bulgaria. Like I've done everything nice.
right, yeah. Um so yeah, I'm just gonna humor Turkey at this point because I just don't have much good to do with this unit. I think you've gotten the really good position on the dots north of where we started, and because of the way that other players are playing super aggressively towards my position, my harvest position is kind of uh, locked at this point. I guess like kind of stuck. Um, I'm just gonna work with Emu on getting some of these dots into the middle of the map if we can. But that's like my harvest position is not looking great at this point. Yeah, I also just didn't realize how weird of a move Underground Sevastopol was. Like, absolutely take the dot. They might have just been so worried that they needed to bounce Black Sea and fall that they didn't want to do that. I don't remember what the details were. Um,
Possible. But it just seemed like in a race, they're coming up in territory that it's not like it's mine by rights or anything, but hey, I'm moving away from other players and I'm taking neutrals. Like, leave me alone. Versus France down here moving towards other players.
Right. Yeah.
So it just felt like, why are you coming and competing with me up here when it looks like you're going to have to be defending down in the south pretty quickly?
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense. Um, okay. Is there anything interesting in space? I think this is just normal stuff.
Oh, someone's transmitting themselves, which is Italy from the
Uh,
English satellite they have captured is going from space to absence on a brand new continent in the lower right hand corner.
yeah. Super, super cool. Very cool that Emu found this. And they're gonna get dots out of this, right? Like there's so many dots just lined up here. I think everywhere else on the map, like there's like maybe one dot and then there's space and then another dot. Oh, there's a group of two here. But like this area is super dot rich and pleasant to be in, and it's super fortuitous for Italy that they get in.
Yeah, I think Italy had the best understanding of the naming. Like they were ahead of me on a couple of phases where either I didn't gather enough information or put, the two
Yeah,
and two together.
yeah,
They were on top. Like the last one was a 50-50 guess. From here on out, I think they pretty much know or guess correctly on almost all their moves.
yeah, yeah. They're doing a great job. Okay, let's look at the retreats. Are there any retreats of note? I don't think so. Oh, the Italy unit is getting dislodged to discover some more province names in absence. And the plan is that England and I are going to drill these dots. Um, so we don't know whether it will do anything, but we are interested in finding out. And we also like know that there is more maps to be discovered, right? Because we know that there's a second Oracle unit somewhere, and we think that we can drill. Like we can drill on the dots in other places, so why not here? And drilling on the other maps led us to different maps, so it stands to reason that drilling here could also put us into some stuff. So I think this was organized between England and Italy. So England took this, but will drill it and will not gain anything. And then Italy will take the dot here to make up for it.
Yep. And then you're drilling an unowned supply center, which is actually, I think, a first in the game. But
Yeah,
what's the worst that happens? It doesn't succeed, and then you have an extra dot. So
right, right. Yeah, that's not something to be super worried about. And yeah, I think at this point for this spring, we didn't know what the names of all the tiles on land were. Because originally we were doing this thing where we both were going to get dots here, and then I said like, hey, like now that we know the province names, I can just move up to this neutral instead, right? And we can just kind of get our own separate little areas, which just seemed cleaner.
that was actually big because I wasn't considering that when you put that offer out. It was like, yes, my best friend, of course, you know how to reduce the tensions and keep us apart and also learn things. So that was when you suggested it, I was an easy yes.
Yeah, it was super nice for both of us, I think. Okay, let's look at fall. Fall 1905 start. I think we can just walk to moose at this point.
I agree.
Great. So yeah, we're paranoia bouncing the Black Sea just in case he wanted to go there. I mean, I know that you're not going there. You're telling me you're not going there, but like, okay, we have nothing to do, and might as well humor Turkey. Um, yeah, France is drilling here and is pretty unapologetic about like that being theirs to drill. They're just like, yeah, I got here first. Suck it.
Yeah.
um, I have this arrangement with Emu. So I think last year I supported them into this dot with the 2 strength unit that Turkey wanted me to use for Aegean. And in exchange, I'm getting this dot in Underground Tyrol. And we also know, because of an Oracle question, that there is something interesting going on with Underground Switzerland. Um, we don't know what it is yet, but there's all this discussion about like, okay, like what's the fewest number of phases or moves that we can do so that we can like figure out what the deal is with Underground Switzerland. And this is what we come up with.
Yep, I remember that. I was not as interested in underground Switzerland. I
Yeah, sure.
said no, I was like, okay, yeah, we drill, and I think this is maybe I was on vacation at this point, so this was all phone in the evenings, and I was like, okay, well, whatever they're doing, I'm sure it's emu and monkey, so I'm sure it's good.
Yeah, and I don't know. I won't spoil anything. We'll see when it happens. Um, but yeah, it's just more neutral grabbing, which is just the name of the game in here. Uh, on maps, this is a very interesting move. So that unit from Paris makes its way into Munich. I enter a protest move to Munich with the fleet, which obviously fails, and France walks into Munich here. And they also walk into the continent in absence, which this one's fine. If they want to grab the neutral, that's okay with me. But it's this move into Munich that I think really sets the board off in terms of France not being a team player. On top of this drilling stuff with Italy, um, and we mentioned it earlier, but we haven't really been mentioning it since. Like this whole time, France has not been contributing and sharing information. We've been talking about like England and Italy like dislodging each other to like learn province names, and Italy figuring out stuff to do with the map, and us doing all this stuff, like me and Emu doing this stuff to figure out like what's going on with Switzerland underground, um, and like France has just been quiet this whole time, and they haven't really been participating in figuring you know figuring anything out. So I think at this point, the combination of uh, them not helping out at all, plus them dotting Munich, plus like a lot of dots being taken and there being a bunch of units on maps with not a ton to do anymore, results in everyone saying, "Yeah, let's go kill France."
Well, yeah, it started out because it's like this is the first center on maps post Germany destruction that has been taken.
Yes.
We've been very good cooperating and just moving everything off of maps. And and for me, it's a combination of taking Munich with the obvious aggression underground.
Yeah.
Trying to drum that up. And I think the Munich one was the really where people are like, oh, okay, they're not just, they are being outwardly aggressive. And then I pinged them in the 7-way chat to say, hey, do you mind backing off so we can go win this game together? And got no response in the 7-way chat, no response in one-on-one. And when you're just gunboating a game, yeah, we're gonna go kill you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So I was also glad, like, someone attacked me, and great. Like, I'm very happy that the people around me are just like in it to, stop the nonsense.
I
Um,
feel like every couple of years we'd go back to each other and be like, "Well, if someone attacks, we're gonna do something about it, right?" Like, yeah, yeah, we're definitely gonna do something about it.
yeah.
You get that reassurance that like,
Yeah.
hey, we're gonna be a world police here. There's gonna be a UN of sorts, and not that you're gonna get left hanging or someone's gonna take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, with you and with England, I never felt worried that people just randomly running off the map and running off the map, running and dotting stuff would go unpunished.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. What else is going on here? I
My actual home satellite.
ooh
To take it back. Yep.
yeah, that's an important one. Um,
Yep. And it was kind of like, well, Turkey, this is mine. So yes, I am removing an SC from you, but it's legally mine. So
um, yeah, and I guess they can't. They don't have any ability to do anything about it either.
they do not.
Yeah. Um, oh, and I guess the other thing that's important is that my unit in space is also tapping this Oracle Lake thing. So now we know this thing is called. This one is called what? TS. Oh, this one might be called TSD. And Ukeel might have been something else. I don't remember which one this was.
Oh yeah, UKIL might have been TSB, but they were all transmat satellite and then a letter.
Yeah.
A letter for an order. I thought it was going to be like TSO or something, and it was not. So I had a dummy, and Meme did not draw all the dummy moves we were doing because it would have made these maps even harder to read and understand. So he would only draw certain illegal moves if it was beneficial to understanding. Otherwise, they were in orders log, so you could see it failing or why it failed.
Yeah.
We wanted to move the TSO, and it was like TSO does not exist, and we're like, okay, it must be one of the earlier letters. Once we figured out all the letters, then we knew which this one was.
Yeah, and like, for example, this England unit has been wrapping around the map 3 times every phase since the initial rocket launch. But meme just hasn't been drawing it because, there's no point. Um,
Yep.
so, yeah, just trying to do us a solid, I guess. Okay, shall we move to the next phase?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. Oh my god, there's another map. Ah, when will it end? Um, so this map is super interesting, right? It's like one giant. Um, well, it looks kind of like a high coast, and then there is this, you know, big lake-looking province, which seems to map to this neutral loop tile, and it's got a satellite on it. And there is a another tile that looks like the harvest color that has a 1, 1 on it, in like just completely encapsulated by that. And the other important thing is we finally found the second Oracle unit. It's sitting here in this map, which is called Decision. And oh boy, does that name strike a lot of discussion.
Paranoia discussion.
Yeah. Paranoia is a fair word to use. I think I especially am very worried about the name of this map. Because, we talked about it early on. The Oracle has a win condition, right? Like, the Oracle can get 50% of the centers to win, or like if we surrender to the Oracle wins. Um, and nothing we have seen on this map so far, or in this game so far, has given us any indication that the Oracle has any chance of winning. Um, so I am sitting here constantly thinking, like, so what's the angle that meme screws us? Like, how does the Oracle become a position that can win? And looking at this decision map name, um, my theory, and maybe our theory, I don't remember who else is also thinking about this, is that whoever takes the Oracle satellite will get a decision about whether they want to play for a team win or like play on their own, right? And we think that playing on your own means becoming the Oracle because eliminating the Oracle means the game ends. So if there's any kind of meaningful decision, like we think that someone would have to become the Oracle um, to keep the game going, right? And so like there's always nightmare scenarios you can imagine where it's like, yes, like you get a decision. Do you want to play the team win? Do you want to take the group win, or do you want to like become the Oracle and gain like +5 attack on all your units, or like something like that that would make the solo angle, the solo win condition justifiable.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I did think it was a real possibility that when we defeated or when we thought we would defeat the Oracle, that there would be a decision for the player to take over or get control of all the neutrals still remaining or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was a concern. I mean, you see here this unit is super interesting. It's a giant army with 50 defense.
Yeah,
And the wheels start turning. It's like, well, how in the heck would you even dislodge this unit from its supply center?
and I think if you add all the tiles up in this map, even if you stick all the plus attack units from Harvest down there, I don't think you can dislodge this.
Right. No, even if you drilled every green triangle and harvest, you would not be able to dislodge it.
So that was another like, okay, we don't know what's going on. Something is up. Something is weird. We still don't understand everything about this game. Yep. So that's the main point of interest in the results. I guess we can just forward to winter.
Yes. I have a lot of builds, thankfully. And I think this is I said in my post game, but also in my void at this moment, um, two things happened between this winter and the next spring. And one is I'm finally back from vacation, so I get a lot more tools at my disposal and more screens. And we start thinking how to defeat the last Oracle unit. And we can talk more about how we figured that out. But the other thing I think is this is my best opportunity if I did want a solo to go for it.
Yeah, this phase.
This phase. Yeah, starting in spring '06, I should be going for a solo. One, France has attacked, and I know we're all supposed to be ganging up on France. And two, Italy builds a rocket, so there's less units there. Um, but three is I just think I can move, and I don't even really get maybe one dot from you. But my goal was to go take your to focus on maps, the base map, and go take supply centers. So England was out, and you were the best option. Where it's like, well, if I could go take a couple of supply centers, maybe I can get ahead. I can keep mopping up in space, and I'm feeling really good in harvest. But the more I think about it now, I'm like, well, I forgot about OTB, off the board.
Yeah.
Like you guys could start funneling units in that way. I think it would have been a disaster.
Yeah, I don't think that there was a serious solo angle for you here for exactly that reason, right? Like you can definitely take like dots off me and make progress on maps, but I think England, Turkey, Italy, Russia is enough, and I think the rest of us are very well positioned to get strong a lot of builds in absence, right? So like you can take builds off us in maps, but like as long as we have home supply centers, like the follow up for the stab is just really not there.
And I can't get to enough people's home supply centers quick enough for you guys not to be able to keep building and keep moving back.
Right.
So
And the other
we
thing that
could
I
have teamed up with France. If France was communicative, maybe we could have. But then it's just the two of us at the end. So
right, right. And you're like, are you playing for the team win with France at that point? At which like, yeah. Um, I did ask at some point, like around this time, whether it was possible to build units on um, provinces other than your home supply centers and the space satellite, and the Oracle gave me a no. Um, so I was also not worried that like someone could be like, I'm gonna go dot like 5 people and get 5 builds and put them all down, right? Like no one can really do that because you're just limited to your builds on maps. Um, so yeah, at that point I was feeling pretty confident that like no one could realistically attempt a solo.
no, and we'll see the reaction to France taking one dot and just moving aggressively. So yeah, looking back on this, I don't. Assuming there's cooperation, which there should be to stop a solo, just in the self-interest of everyone else, whether they're going for a solo or they're going for a group victory, it is beneficial for them to work with people to stop another solo attempt.
Yeah,
I just don't think there was an option here. And still, again, we have just found out our fifth map. I don't know. I'm actually starting to get a little map fatigue where I'm like, how many things are there? And I got to flip back and forth all the time. And I
yeah,
got to count supply centers on 5 different maps now. And so I was actually starting to get just a bit overwhelmed with, and it wasn't like I needed all 48 hours to think of my moves. It was just kind of the logistics of thinking through where all my units are and what they need to do.
yeah. The scale of the map is getting quite big, right? Like we've definitely progressed from something that looks like classic to something that looks more like it's on the scale of IMDIP, where everyone is playing a relatively successful country in IMDIP. And like once you're ordering like 15 units a phase, it just becomes a lot. Especially like 15 units with all sorts of interesting and different mechanics. Um,
Yes, yeah, the amount of mechanics and well, do I know the name of this province on this map or can I do this? And so, yeah, that was another reason where I had no. This is the only time I even looked at if a solo was feasible, and even then I was like, I don't want to go through all that. I just want to keep. There could be 10 more mysteries. I don't know how long Meme thought we were going to play this game.
right, right, yeah.
It was going to be a year long or 6 months, so who knows?
And also, like, the solo condition is 50% of dots to win. There's like another thing here that we can drill that might lead to more dots. So, like, how many dots are there in this game that we don't even know? So, like, the end is just not obvious either. And there's also just this very attractive coalition target in France.
Yeah, it's an easy one right here. But before we talk about how we figured out how to kill the Oracle unit, do you mind if we do a quick bio break?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Okay. I can just leave the recording active, I guess. It's going to be less of a pain to upload afterwards, and I'm going to get some water. I went up and bought a bagel just before this recording started, and I was planning to come home in time and eat it before we started the recording, but they were shutting down the bagel shop as I got there, so they were kind of doing closing stuff interspersed with making me a bagel, and the bagel took like an extra like 10ish minutes that I was going to use to eat the bagel. So now I just have this grilled halloumi bagel, and it's getting cold, but it's good. I like this bagel place. So yeah, I hope you guys have been having as exciting of a time learning about all this stuff as we had. This is just such a cool game. This is just such a cool game. It really was such a cool game. I don't know what else. I'm repeating myself because I really don't know what else to say about it. But like all the discovery, all the reuse of like mechanics in fresh and interesting ways. Um, we've had so many little reveals adding up. It's been 10 phases and learned so many different things. We're on 5 different maps with like a bunch of different mechanics. Um, yeah, just huge shout out to Captain Meme. Yeah. Let's see how long the recording's been going for. 3 hours? Okay. Um, we should be good on time. I think Michael said that he wanted to be done in 4 hours, and I think we'll get there. We've already discovered the last Oracle unit at this point, or the second Oracle unit at this point, so we're starting to head towards the denouement of this game. All right, I'm gonna eat the bagel real quick.
Okay, I'm back.
I'm also just realizing that if I eat the bagel without my headphones on, I won't know when Michael's back.
He's here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. Welcome back. I just bought this bagel before we started the recording, and it took longer than I expected, so I didn't get to eat it before we started the recording. So I've just been sitting here with the bagel.
Just staring at it.
Well, it's been in like a brown paper bag, so you know. But now I'm staring at the bagel. I've unwrapped the bagel.
Well, I think we'll wrap up. I think 45 minutes. We'll be wrapped up.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. We're kind of getting close to it. We see the second Oracle unit now. Yeah, so let's look at spring.
Yes. Let's go ahead and look at spring.
Okay. Is this the phase where you make the second important group chat?
It is. Actually, before these moves go through, I make a plan for victory, and I include the 5 of us, not France, because France we all hate, and we're gonna go take their dots, and we don't need to share anything with them.
And not Germany either, right? Because Germany is just kind of
Oh,
doing their thing.
yeah, sorry. Germany is technically still alive, but it's not Germany either. And yeah, we piece it all together. we and this is I mean, I created the map, but this is from everyone's oracle questions and chats throughout the game and all the mechanics that we figured out to this point. It's like, okay, we see an oracle unit that has 50 defense. How in the world could we get a number that high? Well, thankfully, and this goes back to Turkey building a rocket in year 1 blindly without seeing space. They built that rocket in space.
Yeah.
England stepping on it and seeing that that got their velocity up to 30. And that's the next biggest number we've seen. And so that happenstance was really nice. And then we saw that you could transmit units from space to the radars that are on the other maps. There's one on Underground we've done. There's several in Absinthe that Italy has successfully done. Um, but we're trying to figure out how can we then transmit a unit with a velocity greater than 50 from space all the way to the decision map, the black map we just added, and have it dislodge the or.
Oh, did we lose you?
Oh no, I'm still here. Did I my great explanation get cut out?
I mean, I heard the first half of the word oracle, and then you sort of roboted.
Oh no.
I don't think they'll ever figure out what the rest of that sentence was.
Oh man, that's even more of a mystery. Well, basically, we're trying to get the high velocity English fleet, or we're seeing that you can get high X numbers in space, the X velocity. You can increase that with a rocket. We're seeing in the harvest map that the first of the two numbers also can stand for attack as we take those neutrals. And we've seen from the radars that you can transmit things from space to like to the radar's location. So putting all of that together, we think the way to destroy the last Oracle unit is to transmit a high velocity army from space to dislodge the Oracle unit in decision. Does that all track?
Yeah, that all tracks. And the key bit here is like we can convoy from space. We need to convoy from the Oracle satellite in space. So convoy being the important bit because to get to the decision map, you have to go through Absence and through this little lake with the Oracle satellite in it. So that also explains why this Oracle satellite is underwater. So like we need to stick a fleet here, get another army at 50 plus strength onto the Oracle satellite in space, convoy it through the satellite dish onto the other satellite.
Yeah, all that. So yeah, have to get the fleet down first. Then we have to follow up with an army, convoy through that inland, and we kind of figured that out. It's like, why is this an inland sea?
Yeah,
We know that you can't move to it from the absinthe map. Like there has to be something special about this, and it's the oracle color. So we're trying to piece all this together, and we definitely have some dead ends. There's a phase or two where we think we have to match the velocity of the satellites in order to transmit or to do something.
yeah,
And that would take a long time, right? Because the Oracle satellite, which is the dark blue one that I currently control, so it's red, it's 5.2. So to accelerate something to 5 speed would take, a minimum 5 years and then more for the ones that have negative X velocities right now.
yep.
That seems like it would take way too long. Um, and I think there's something that happened in the past couple of phases where when you do, like when Italy transmitted their army down to Absinthe and started taking what is shown as green in the lower right, their numbers reset. So whatever the
Yes.
velocity was in space, it could have been 10, 10 or -5, -5. When they went down to Absinthe, it reset to 1, 1.
I think it
That
was.
also led us to believe if we wanted to conserve, wow, it's like the names meant something. If you want to conserve your momentum, you can't land in absence and then go to decision. You've got to do it all in one move. Otherwise, you lose all that attack that you built up with the rockets in space.
Yeah, so going back to a previous year, yeah, Emu had a unit here that was 1-0. and then after the retreats, it gets reset to a 1-1.
Mhm. And someone failed to transmit in an earlier phase because they had a negative X velocity. And so they tried to come in. Was that earlier, or did we find that later? Or
I think it might have been me, and it might have been earlier.
okay, so like we know we're trying to put all these pieces together. Um, so then you're like, okay, well, we think all that's correct. We got to get the fleet to the inland sea in absence. Then we have by being on the Oracle satellite and transmitting. Then you have to get an army on that same satellite and transmit through absence via convoy to decision. And I can't take any credit in coming up with the plan. I fed that all to Claude, and I said, "Here's what we think are the rules. How can we make this happen as fast as possible?" And it came up with a plan that involved your fleet that is currently, if we're looking at spring '06 start, is
Yeah,
currently sitting on A3 with -10. It would be able to get to the satellite.
I have to get to this guy. This guy's ending up 1, 2, 3, 4. It's ending like here. Yeah, I think I can end there this year by like wrapping around the map and heading down.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Yeah,
Anyways, I fed it all, and then I drew it all up in a PDF editor, and this was like a 3.5 year plan that involved two rocket builds, and then two transmittals, a fleet and a army, and that's why I made the channel. And oh, I was so worried someone was going to mess it up. Because
oh
if we
man.
did mess it up, we would have to probably take another 3 or 4 years, possibly.
Yeah, just to get around and get everything in the right space, and yeah. Yeah,
And I started to really worry that, okay, the neutrals are going to fill up and there's going to be friction, right? Like,
yeah,
I was very thankful. We were only in '06, and yet through happenstance with like the rocket build in space and a few other things, I think we have this game figured out. And I bet it's earlier than Captain Meme thought we would figure it out with how many neutrals are still left.
yeah,
So while everyone is still kumbaya, we don't know how many, besides France, we don't know how many dots there are. We don't know how many maps there are. Let's put this plan in motion before people start having other ideas of about how the game should end.
yeah. If people get a little stir crazy, then it's harder to get people on the right track later.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're doing a bunch of things. I think part of what made the plan so finicky and really nice that we were able to make it work was that there's only two people in space right now who can build, and it's me and you.
Yeah, that constrained the program too. I realized like, oh, I can't build on every satellite. We can only build on these two satellites, the red and the England, sorry, Russia and Austria.
Oh my god, the colors confuse me so much this game. There's so many times where I looked at a unit, thought it was mine, and it was England's.
It confused my program too because I'm like, no, that's the green satellite that's owned by yellow right now. Trying to get all the nomenclature correct so it didn't spit out junk was, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's the classic problem trying to use Claude. Um,
Yes.
but yeah, yeah, like somehow it worked that we could get a unit and get it to launch on my satellite and then your satellite in subsequent years, which was wild to me. Just super fortuitous that it worked out. And
And it could not be England's fleet, or we were worried that it couldn't be the fleet because we didn't know if the fleet could dislodge the Oracle army.
well, we couldn't convoy the fleet either.
Oh, and you can't convoy the fleet, right? So if you're
Yeah,
looking at we need one fleet and one army, there's only two fleets and two armies up there, and only two satellites you can build. And still, there was a potential solution, and I think it was 3.5 years, 2.5 years, or something. We'll see.
yeah,
Which is very good.
yeah. Just a lot faster than one might expect given how much random dotting we did in space.
Yep. And there was always the chance we were going to be wrong. I was really worried the convoy wouldn't work for some reason, or um,
Yeah,
one person would enter a bad move and set us back 2 or 3 years, and I was worried what the board would look at like by then. And we'll see what it looks like in 2 or 3 years and see if that fear was valid.
Yeah. The other thing that happens is that once we find the second Oracle unit, the Oracle stops answering questions. So Atlas just goes completely quiet here.
Which is good. Like we're on the right track. Like I think I messaged you and maybe others. I no offense, but I sent similar messages many times to like 3 different players. Just
Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think we're in the end game. I think the Oracle has stopped answering questions. We found the last, what we think is the last unit. So I really thought this is it. I think we solved it. And if we just do everything right for the next couple of years, and thankfully France has gone aggro, so we have a common enemy that most of us can gain from, where we're not looking at each other or really, friction over the neutrals. So I felt really good and made the channel, and I was just yeah, just if everyone could do what they need to do, and I would check in like 2 or 3 times with Turkey each phase to make sure you're moving,
yeah.
A5 to B5, right? Yes, yes, yes. So
And sometimes I would do the same. I'd just be like, I'm gonna paste my order in the channel, like the group channel. Like, anyone, any complaints? Like, am I doing the right thing? And like, okay, yes, okay, you're fine. Okay, cool.
because it's one thing to like bungle a move in the underground at this point. It's another thing to mess up our 3 year space plan,
Yeah,
which turns it into a 6 or 7 year. That is
yeah. Because at that point, like,
frustrating.
I think at this point, Captain Meme also begins offering to fast adjudicate phases if everyone has their orders in. Um, but like, we don't accelerate substantially past the typical like 2-1-2-1-1 speed. So if anyone misorders anything, we're probably going to be sitting here for another couple weeks, which I think none of us really want to do. So yeah, we're all just very careful. Let's look at moves.
Yes. That was another thing when he said, "Hey, we can fast adjudicate." It was like, okay, between all of the new information we've got, I think we're on the right track, and let's just make it happen.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Um, okay, so what's going on here? Basically, in decision, every phase, England and I will try some random experiments to see whether they work. So this phase, England is support holding me to just like see if these provinces are adjacent, which they are, and I am attempting to drill just in case I can drill, and I cannot drill. And we're just gonna keep doing that. In the absence map, now that we know what the deal is, we are all just gonna like move to grab as many neutrals as we can. I'm convoying this unit to get this dot here, and then this fleet is gonna grab AAL in the top left corner or the top right corner. Um, and yeah, we've just I don't know if we've like agreed on a full dot split or anything like that, but we are kind of like, oh, you're going here, okay, I won't go there, and just kind of making a race for it.
Yeah, I rarely did like any you get A, I get B agreements. Because in my mind, as long as we roughly stayed around the same dots, I really didn't care. One, like position mattered far less. Like a lot of imperial diplomacy negotiations, I'm negotiating to get the dots that I think position myself as best for the next attack or the next place I want to focus.
Yeah,
Here it just I just didn't care as much. One, you keep discovering new information that completely throws off can completely throw off agreements, and two, it was just like, well, I am committed to the group victory. If we have dots amongst each other, that probably just encourages more group versus, and we move away from them. It's like I don't like you'll see me stay around in harvest. I'll be around this English dot and not take it because I just want to further do signs of friendliness. Like, no, we're all coexisting. We have a plan. Let's just execute.
yeah, and like getting positioned like to what end, right? Like we know what the victory conditions are. We know how to achieve them. We think so. Yeah, let's just play it out. And at this point, like Emu and I are starting to get the idea that our USWE adventure or USWI adventure might not be anything earth shattering at this point.
Yep.
Because we think we know how to win. So what else could it be? Yeah. So on the map board, everyone is coalitioning France. England gets Belgium. You're going to get Munich. And I think Italy's also positioning on MAO. Yep, and then doing the normal.
That's after a while.
Yeah, it's hard to see what's going on here, but I think if you look at this over time, you'll see that the units are moving to the right places to get to the underground at the right time. I think. Oh, it looks like I'm planning to get to this Oracle thing in the Oracle satellite in two phases. So the Oracle satellite will move 10-4 in two phases, and it'll be here. And I need to make sure that my fleet lands there and has a positive X component so that it can win the 1v0 against the nothing and end up in this dot. So that's an additional constraint to this whole thing.
Yep,
Okay, shall we move on?
I think so.
Great.
I don't know if you have the thing that I drew, but that might help.
Oh, I could try to pull it up. I'm display capturing the the preview thing right now. Let me see if I can.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it.
So that's really
Server.
besides attacking France, probably the
It's the most relevant thing.
yeah.
Scrolling through the whole thing. Wow, we talked a lot in here. Okay. Found your thing, open in browser. And let's see if I can share that in OBS. Give me a second.
Mhm.
Okay. So now the browser can see it. I don't know if you're seeing it on Discord.
I'm not, but I got it pulled up on another screen.
Okay.
So if you're showing it to the VOD or whatever, then that's fine. Like, one of us. So the plan here, if it's on the screen, is we're gonna get the Turkish army up to the high velocity, and so you see there's a Turkish path in yellow arrows, and what it has to do over the next 2.5, 3 years. The movements are in black that it has to take. The gray is its momentum. So I mapped all this out, and it's going to pick up a rocket on J2 that you, Russia, are going to build
Yep.
on your satellite. And those happen to be they'll be in the same spot. And it's in a spring move, which is even better, so that you don't lose it like Turkey lost their satellite to the rocket earlier. And that was the other thing is like if we did mess this up, and then we don't have control of our satellites, the reason that it would take so much longer to get back to this point was we might have to get other units up in space to capture their satellite, to then move off their satellite, to then build on their satellite.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It got a lot more tricky because there's only four powers that are even in space at this point, and so that's a lot going on. The Russian fleet in A3 does a series of maneuvers to align with TS-10, the Oracle satellite that's currently in G1,
Yeah.
that will then get there, and then you can transmit down to that inland lake on absence. Meanwhile, the red arrows is my satellite, and it just slowly drifts down. And I need to build a rocket on it for the Turkish army to then collide with, um, to get its velocity from 30 plus up to 60 plus, because we know we have to be higher than 50.
Again on a sprint phase.
And on a spring phase, which was nice. And yeah, I forgot. I'm like, oh man, I'll lose that satellite. And not that it really mattered. I didn't want to go down the center if I didn't had to. So then there was coordination like, well, I need to build in '07, but not in '06. So all this coordination is going on. But basically, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 move dance that Russia, Turkey, and Austria and everyone else needs to stay out of the way or just don't interfere for us to win the game. So
Yeah, and we're also having a bunch of discussions like, how do we guarantee that regardless of how France moves, that they cannot prevent me from having a build next year to build the rocket, or you from preventing or you from getting a build the year after to have a rocket. And I think like Turkey wants you to waive or something. And there's a whole bunch of discussion about that.
Yep. Yeah, I had some dumb ideas on. I wanted to make sure you had the build, and I posted some options, and like you're like halfway through, you're like, oh, don't worry, I got this. I'm like, okay. You had way more dot opportunities than I thought. Like on absence, I didn't realize how many you could touch. That continent that wraps from top to bottom. You had
Yeah,
options with the fleet, and you were in a much better position than I thought when I was worried about you getting a build.
yeah, my absence position looks really solid, which is nice because it makes up for how horribly I blundered the harvest and how undefended my map's position is.
Yep.
Um, one other thing that we didn't talk about during the spring moves phase is that I walk into English Channel. This is just arranged with England. So the plan is I'm going to walk through, I'm going to grab Clyde, and they're going to get a 3 strength unit. And then we're just going to walk around and blow up a bunch of dots and harvests and try to pick them up before the end of the game.
Yep, and also, and I don't know, anti-France to some degree, like it, depending on how, but they don't really move here. So they don't really continue the attack. I mean, they moved down to Gascony, and I don't know. It just seemed like a half-hearted effort at even trying to solo. Like the big being the big enemy on the board was already going to go rough for them, and I don't think they were playing to win from this position. To be honest, they move out of a dot and absinthe and let Italy take it.
Yeah.
There's just not a lot of rhyme or reason to what's going on here.
Yeah, I don't think oliu was ever playing for a solo much as they were just kind of not paying attention to the puzzle and sort of just doing random stuff.
Yep.
Um, and yeah, this kind of matches with that picture of the world. But yeah, I guess the other thing is like that unit that fell down Denmark instead of Norway. Like it's done what this entire game? It walked to Ukiel, couldn't figure out anything interesting to do, picked up a defense, and like walked to Belgium. Like what a useless unit. Um,
Yeah, you're all spread out down here, and meanwhile, I have tried to stay together and keep my units somewhat equal. Like I didn't want
yeah,
one big giant unit. I kind of wanted a trio of decent units for maneuverability and taking stuff without having to ask for anyone else's help. So
yeah. I think you've played it much better. But also like I'm sending my stuff down in 2 different holes, and you've just kind of got this one hole to send everything down, which also helps. Uh,
and if I went down the Venice hole, I was just going to be in the middle of you in Italy, and I didn't want it that right because then I'm like, okay,
yeah,
who's getting this dot? Who's getting that dot? Yeah.
just seems sort of unproductive. Um, okay, so yeah, we can start accelerating a bit, I think, because we're mostly just going to be playing out the plan in the playing for victory that we just looked at. I'm confirming that we are in fact looking at the map again, and we are. Yeah. So here, retreats. Okay, nothing super interesting.
Yeah, straight to fall orders, I think.
Fall orders. Great. Um, we're doing all the plan stuff as intended. Turkey's making the moves. I'm making the
Yeah, we don't
moves.
go into underground Livonia
Nice.
because they say, "Oh, I'm a little worried that I won't have a build for the rocket," and they're pretty generous there. I do tell them I'm going to help them into Finland. Like we'll just kind of. I
Yeah.
don't like them being up here, but at this point, I'm not too. I'm not as angry as I would have been if we hadn't figured out or we didn't have a plan for to solving the game. At this point, I'm like, okay, well, we'll just kind of move up and
Yeah.
I know Turkey is taking the Oracle unit now that because that was what made sense for the shortest time period to make it happen. And there is some worry that Turkey turns evil or gets an option to become the Oracle or something like that. So I don't you won't see any moves just now, but that is in the at least in the back of my mind.
Yeah. So, we have this plan. It requires Turkey to be the one to go down. And this whole time we are thinking about like what's the Oracle win condition? How is it possible that we could lose? And like the way that we lose is like someone becomes, the Oracle, right? And this whole time, Turkey is not saying I will not become the Oracle if the option is presented to me. We're saying a lot of things, but they're not saying that. Um, and that has, I think, everyone on the board quite worried. England especially is like freaked out a bit.
just continues the trend I've experienced the whole game where it's like you just have to say I'm sorry or just say one thing to make me feel better about what we're agreeing to.
Yeah,
And when you don't say it, I get concerned. And now we're not committing to, and we're not even asking for like an outright. I mean, it doesn't take much. Just tell the board that, yeah, you'll win the game for us. That's, you can be the hero, and and we're not getting that warm and fuzzy. So
yeah, yeah. And Turkey's been pretty interested in like the anomaly. I think there's a clue at some point that that's given to us by the Oracle before this, maybe before this all happens. That that drilling this center province in this Oracle island is the thing that will like let us access the anomaly, which is previously what Turkey fell through when drilling underground Black Sea. So yeah, that was a piece of the puzzle that Turkey was seemed genuinely interested in. And
in Italy too, Italy's drilling
yeah,
underground Switzerland here. Yep.
yeah, that's another interesting thing that's about to happen. We can just go advance maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and there you go. Uh, Underground Switzerland is another thing that's going to fall through the anomaly and then come up in U Switzerland 4. So I don't know. We kind of went on this side adventure, and I sent all these units up to go like investigate. Ooh, maybe there's another map in Underground Switzerland, but it was not the case.
Yeah, and I never had the same anomaly interest as Italy and Turkey, like because it didn't. One was the map fatigue. I'm like, I really don't care about a six map, and I feel like we have it solved. So maybe it was a red herring,
Mhm.
maybe it was just something. It was supposed to throw us off, or was another way we could get clues on how to solve the game. But we have a good plan, so why are we still thinking about this? I was also like slightly miffed at you in England for not trying to move in decision. You do all this stuff, but I'm like, just try moving to one of those other circles. Like, can you tap the Oracle unit? Can you like are there I wanted to see if it would like because you see the blue color around the island, and I was like, maybe if they move between these circles, it will reveal more of this map. Like it will draw the path and we'll see something behind the blackness or something.
Oh, interesting. I'd never even considered that.
So when you guys kept not moving and doing all these supports and drills, and I'm like, just move. I want to see if it fills something in or does something different. Yeah.
But yeah, we're just sitting here doing random stuff for pretty much this whole game. Um, we can look at builds. Oh yes, and then you help me kick France out of this dot in absence in the H continent on the bottom left,
Yep.
and I think that's because I am supporting Emu into U Switzerland. I'm giving up a dot somewhere. Uh,
And I had plenty of dots. I'm actually like we'll see this towards the last couple of years, getting surprisingly strong. Always had like two, three, four builds.
yeah.
And every time I would be like, I think I have three builds. And be like, oh shoot, how'd you get so many builds? I'm like, I don't like the underground stuff is really working where I have a good plan of options. I think I'm going to go over to Ura and get that as well. And you had freed up an absinthe for me to get some dots, and so right now I'm feeling pretty flush in dots. Right, I build three armies here. If we advance to the winter builds, and I'm not concerned at all that I'm going to be able to build the rocket next year. I didn't this year because it would take my satellite.
Mhm.
Turkey was not happy with that either. They're like, why didn't you just build it? You could have just built it and get it out of the way. I'm like, well, why would I do that? One, I know I would lose a center, and two, it reduces my leverage over you guys as far as, hey, don't attack me. I'm working for the greater good, and you could throw it all off by attacking. And there was just no reason for me to build the rocket early. You had to build the rocket this phase so that Turkey can get it in the next year, but I didn't have to build it until the following winter.
Yeah, that's interesting, right? It's like, well, now that you've built the rocket, we don't really need you anymore, sort of thing.
Oh, and you build Fleet Moscow, which is so fun.
Yeah, yeah. I built Fleet Moscow. I just wanted to try, interesting stuff. And um, what else is going
Let's
on?
get you a phase. Assuming you're taking that fleet over to Absinthe through OTB. I actually think this game could be played again by another group of players, even watching this video or knowing all the rules. And it would still be a pretty interesting game. Maybe even more aggressive because people aren't as worried about the unknown in deciding to go for a solo.
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting if you said, hey, the Oracle's not going to talk at all. They're just going to have these units. That's all they're going to do. You go play the game and see if you want to win as a group, which would be relatively quick, or if you're going to mess with each other.
Or trying to cut people or whatever, right? Like, yeah. The thing that really annoys me this phrase is that France, instead of disbanding their 2 units in absence, which are not guarding any dots, disbands their units in harvest, which are guarding dots and have been buffed. So one of these guys is a 3 attack unit, and France just disbands it and keeps these troll units on in absence. And I'm like, why are we doing this? Like, this was just so unnecessary.
Can't explain any of it. I think they're just gunboating, and I don't know.
Kind of clicking the buttons. Yeah.
Yeah, clicking buttons, making it happen. I mean, they entered moves. We never we never needed an extension. We never had a delay
Yeah.
beyond the sub. So I have to give them that. They at least got moves in.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And at this point, like, I'm not pressing them. I don't know if anyone is pressing them.
After they didn't respond to the ultimatum in the 7-way, yeah, I didn't send another message.
Yeah. All right, let's look at spring.
Yep.
Straight to moves. Okay, we're doing more grabbing of SCs in absence. This phase, Turkey asked me to convoy them into the dot here in the A continent, and I'm like, no, what, what? Um, I don't know. Like I've mentioned this before, but like this whole time, it's only Turkey been asking me for favors, right? Like I'm not saying, hey, Turkey, can you help me with this? It's always Turkey saying like, hey, like you got space, can I have Romania? Hey, can you move the 2 strength unit over to Bijian? Hey, can you convoy me into this dot? And it's not really reciprocated, and so I just don't feel any obligation to like reciprocate something that hasn't. Well, reciprocate's the wrong word, right? But I don't feel any need to play ball. Uh,
Yeah, and it's just greedy. Like it's same with them moving that army and underground north, and it's still going north. It's like, why are you want me to sacrifice my tempo to help you with your tempo when there's no obvious reason I should? And that's what it boils down to. Is just like it just feels greedy. It's not as outright greedy as we saw France in the underground Mediterranean,
yeah,
but it just feels very selfish. And okay, we're all playing somewhat selfishly, but it was blatant without any, yeah, like, hey, you help me onto the A continent and I'll do this for you. No, it's just like, hey, can you do this for me when it's clearly only benefiting them? So,
and also hurting me,
yes, also hurting you.
right? Like I should just. Well, why am I just giving up? I mean, okay, at this point we know that the supply centers are completely pointless, right? They're just imaginary fiction points, and we're all going to win the game. Um, why am I giving you, the person who I think might turn evil later in the game, a supply center at my own expense? Like, uh,
Why am I letting you onto a continent that, if I don't, will take you 2 or 3 years to get to? Like, I'm not speeding up your progress that much. No.
yeah, that too, right? Like this whole like I don't know, this might be the J continent. This whole J continent is just mine, right? No one else can get here at all. And that's super great for border tension, right? Like no one's going to be contesting me on these dots at all, and I can just sit here in my corner, defend with 1 or 2 units, and it's great. Convoying a unit onto that doesn't make any sense at all. Um,
Nope. And this is also the point where I realize how far behind I am in absence if this was competitive, right? Is because I could not get to the OTB provinces. I had to do everything through Switzerland because
yes,
of the tension that was there.
yeah.
And I had to waste a whole nother phase transforming those armies into fleets. I guess I could have built, no, I can't even build like fleet Munich like you could build fleet Moscow, right?
Germany, Munich was legal. Um,
By Germany.
yeah, if Germany controlled that space, they could have built fleet unit there. I asked the Oracle about it at some point.
But when I see the Turkish fleets already basically progressing all the way to the west in absence,
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, this is not going to be the map for me. me. Like I'm strong in underground. That's good. I'm strong in space with the simulations, but I need to be. I don't know. The amount of concern is pretty low right now because we're all just trying to get to the end. But even during this phase where we are trying to accelerate and we're all being kumbaya, I'm still thinking about it. Right? It's like, okay, what if we learn something new or the tables turn? How is my position and where are my strengths and weaknesses?
Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Um, it did seem like a pain for you not to be able to touch the left side at all. And I now have this position on the left side of absence, which is kind of falling apart because you now control Munich, right? There's no way for me to get to the left side, and France is keeping all of her units on to attack me. So I'm looking at the left side of absence, and I'm saying like, oh, I'm not holding anything.
Yep. Yeah. If someone really wanted to take them, yeah, you're not holding it. No.
Yeah. Um, okay. Is there anything else interesting? Oh, France starts drilling their own supply centers here. It is very entertaining.
Yeah, ultimate troll move, but I had to laugh when I see it because we were talking about who's going to get Paris and Brest, and they're trying to get rid of their supply centers as fast as they can.
Yeah, it's like if I can't have them, you can't either. Screw you. And it was very entertaining. And
The game needed a villain, so
yeah, yeah, just a little direction. I do tap the dot this phase, and I think it fails with a 1b50 or whatever. Um,
yeah. Hey, you tried to move. There you go.
yeah, I didn't. It might be a while before we get a successful move, but yeah. And then Turkey launches the first rocket this phase.
Yep, everything going according to plan.
Okay, so fall.
Yep, straight to fall moves.
Okay, we see the huge rocket launch. And fall moves. Great. We're all dotting stuff. Germany picks up a second SC, which is hilarious. They get it off Turkey.
Oh yeah, Turkey thought this is more paranoia. They thought I told the German fleet to move to that sea province they're currently in, when really I just asked if they were, because I was behind also in absence on like being firm, confident about the names of all the provinces,
Uh-huh.
whereas you in Italy seemed like you could move wherever almost. And I was like, I don't know all the names. I don't know when they figured it out exactly. But here I was just saying, hey, I wanted to know the name of that sea province, and Turkey thought I was telling Germany to go take this. So I was kind of happy when they did.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think Emu and I had sort of figured out the deal at this point, and we're just kind of entering moves like it was a normal map. Um, yeah, so here we also see that the fleet that we need to get to do the convoy makes it to the little inner lake.
Yep. Yep. Successfully transmitted from space via the Oracle satellite I control to the inland sea. So part one of the plan is done.
Yeah. And, we're starting to go a little bit faster at this point. I think press is also reduced in volume this game. So you see a little bit of like silly stuff happening. So, for example, like I'm moving to this tile, which I think is WSZ, which wraps to the northern part of the tile. And Italy and I accidentally bounce each other here. It's like, oops, okay. Um, but yeah, we're very much getting to the sort of like finish line part of this game where everyone kind of just going through the motions.
Yep, I'm transforming two armies into fleets because I realize I'm not going to have an absence presence if I need it, and I need to get into the ocean tiles. So that's all I'm doing. I'm still trying to do some decent positioning and still taking dots, but yeah, the pace of the game is definitely sped up.
Yep. Okay. Winter.
Yep.
Oh, also, we forgot to talk about it, but like when Italy built that rocket, um, they never launched off it, so they just lost the dot,
Yeah.
which was
They didn't, because they were the sub. I don't know if they fully realized that would happen or hadn't seen it happen earlier or forgot, but it was kind of funny.
yeah, I think it was a Emu being a sub moment.
Because now it takes two units, right? They move that army into Naples, it launches to space, and that dot is still unclaimed. So you'd have to get another unit over there, and as you can see, they don't have one for a year and a half around it, so or for a
Yeah,
year at least.
and now that they've drilled Venice, they can only build one unit at a time down here. Like Italy has one owned home supply center. It's not a good position. Um,
Nope.
And if you look at most of Italy's position, you're like, oh, it's actually like it's pretty rough. Uh,
But they have been so helpful in solving the mystery and learning the absence names and being super friendly.
yeah,
It doesn't really matter. So, like, I never thought, oh, this is a terrible position. I just thought, hey, I'm so glad we got a nice Italy and they're helping us. So,
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I don't think anyone's sitting here like Emu's position is bad. We should go kill him, right? Like, no. Um, let's go look at. Okay, why am I building a fleet in space? Ah, I remember this. So at this point, um, England and Turkey and I still have our three-way group chat, which we were using to discuss Oracle questions early on in the game. And in that group chat, Turkey is not saying that she would not become the Oracle if offered the opportunity. So England and I go off on our own and we're like, hey, we don't want to lose the game to Turkey becoming an Oracle because they just want to explore what's in the anomaly. So what can we do? Well, let's see if we can kind of hover hand our units over some Turkish dots in the last phase to try to incentivize them to do the right thing. So the plan with this unit, it's going to make its way over to a Turkish dot so that I can take it in fall 1909. And all of this is like, hey Turkey, you can try to solo, you can try to do this like become the Oracle thing. If you do, you're going down like 4 or 5 dots just off the rip. Um,
yep. You guys clue me in on this too. And I'm with the Turkey relationship the whole game. I'm on board as well. Plus, you got to look for growth. And if the game did continue, yeah, I definitely want to take them from Turkey.
yeah, yeah. I think Turkey is at the top of a lot of people's lists of who they want to take dots from if the game continues. Um,
Yep.
well, there's not that many people left, right? But probably like Yumi in England. Um,
Yeah, yeah, and Italy, like we said, is not in a great position to have much influence on that decision, to be honest.
yeah, yeah. Like we're not looking at scoreboards or SC counts or anything because it's like not relevant and not what this game is about. But like the SC counts are like you and me, England, big gap, Turkey and Italy. Um, yeah. Okay. So this phase, oh, we get an actual valid move in. So we're slowly learning things about the map and decision, but it's just kind of like not super relevant, right? Like we're all just
Reveal anything.
we're all just kind of like doing spectator stuff down here, like with our units that we can't do anything with this game. Um, yeah, and you know, grabbing dots, grabbing dots. France is drilling in absence because they know that they're going to lose the Scot guaranteed. Um, I misordered this because I don't know why, but it's not super relevant. Um, yeah.
I moved down to Serbia, yeah, with the idea of putting some pressure on Turkey if need be.
Yep.
And I was trying to speed up my space army, which doesn't have anything to do with the plan, but we do know that the army, if I wanted to get it down to absinthe, it needs to have a positive velocity, probably one or two at least.
Uh huh.
And so I was, for a while, trying to get it back to 0, 0 so that I could transmit down to absinthe and have more power, more say in what was going on there. I would transmit to the army that the land that the German fleet is on, and I was getting fleets into the oceans, and that's what, like you said, we weren't counting SCs or anything, but I was cognizant of, like, I want to be in a position where my voice matters if it comes to where it needs to matter.
Yeah.
And so just positioning to take dots or threaten. At this point, we're like a year away from finishing. It may come off more aggressive than it needed to be, but that was the idea. Was just to be in a position where people had to listen to what you had to say.
It was interesting because at this point, England also comes to me and says, like, hey, I don't know if Austria is going to try for, some shenanigans, right, to try to get a solo. Um, and like, I don't know, from our discussion the whole game, I didn't really think that that was in the cards. But I also thought it was valuable as like, a sort of stick for Turkey, right? Like, you can say like, "Hey, I want to extend the game," but like, if you try to extend the game by becoming the Oracle, like, you might also just lose to a solo. Um,
Yeah, yeah, to threaten that too. Yeah.
yeah, because like, I don't know, like, I have a lot of dots, sure. Um, my dots are not well defended against you, right? They're really not.
Correct. I'm
And
arranging this bounce and Burgundy with England, so
yeah,
like I'm still trying to be nice and not rock the boat too much. I feel comfortable that if it does come down to being anti-Turkey, I'm arranging myself in harvest that I could take those northern dots. But other than that, not much going on.
yeah, makes sense. Do you wanna move on to the next phase?
Yeah.
We're getting very close to the end. Okay, retreats, results. I don't think there's anything super interesting. Turkey launches the second one. Um, what happens in Norway?
Which Norway? Underground?
Ah, yeah, underground Norway. So I move my unit to Norway, and I guess Turkey and I are not communicating. So my unit falls on top of Turkey's unit. I think this is also the first time that we see this interaction in this game, where falling from the maps unit onto a harvest unit causes the harvest unit to get dislodged.
Even though it's higher strength, this was like a 2-2 unit that's underneath there.
Yeah.
Yep. And it just wasn't terribly relevant. We were cooperating enough. We weren't falling on each other's heads, but that could be interesting.
Yeah, it was just mechanically cool. Um,
Yeah. And our moves are getting a little more sloppy, to be honest, as we're you'll see
yeah.
some sloppy retreats here in a minute, and we're there's definitely less focus, I say, and less communication.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're kind of just like, or I at least am like, I'm checking in, I'm sending a few messages to the people who I need to coordinate my one or two moves in, and then I'm like saying, yep, Captain Meme, I'm good for the fast adjudication. Um,
Yeah, and I can see England's reaching out to you because now I'm next to you, North. I can take 2 out of 3 of their harvest dots.
yeah.
I really could push a bit on main maps if I wanted to. So yeah, I mean, it's a right, and I think I was close to dot lead with you. I forget who was ahead, but like roughly the same amount of dots. And definitely it was you and me, and England slightly behind, and the other two way behind. So I get it.
Yep. Yeah, I think if anyone could have tried it, it was probably you. But I don't think, I don't know, I don't think you had a shot then, and I don't think you had a shot now either, just because, like, 3 builds a year, like three owned home supply centers is so restrictive. Um,
And with how much maps has been broken up and
yeah.
how busy absence is now, I agree. If there was a sliver of a window, it would have been taken by a better player than me. I don't see a great opportunity, and I didn't want that heartache. So
Yeah. And like I don't know, if you look at like other variants like imtip or whatever, right? Like most dots or I don't know if all dots, but like most dots are like within one or two moves of a home supply center that someone can build in. And in this map, that's not the case at all, right? Like most of the dots in this game are far from places that people can build in. Like you have to build and then you have to walk and fall underground and then you have to walk around more, or you have to like go to the off the board map and then go to the different map and then like, pick up the random dots in absence. Or you need to launch yourself into space because you don't own space and then walk around a bit like from a random position to get dots. It just seems so difficult to get dots quickly.
yeah, we all spread out so far in the speed of expansion, right? We were all just trying not to fall behind in the race.
Yeah.
And that means we've all got little clusters here and there, but there's not a formidable. I mean, sure, you can have one great fall where you snag 5 or 6 dots. Terrific. You can only build in max 3 or 4 spots, and then the whole board's coming after you. And I don't know. Like I said, it'd be a better player than me to see a real solo chance here.
Yeah. Um, I can do five, but even five is just it's not it. Five is not enough.
Yep.
Um, okay, let's move on. Oh, I'm supporting Turkey into you barons, partially to keep them happy, and also because I know we can just coordinate on it next year if we need to, anyways.
Yeah, me following up to Underground St. Petersburg was talking to you about, okay, well, we're pretty close.
Yeah.
The coup de grace is going to happen next spring, so let's just be positioned to take stuff off of them. That's why I'm down in Serbia and following them in the underground.
Yep. At this point, we're all just kind of like hover handing ourselves over Turkey's dots. Oh, I skipped winter. Yeah, you've got three builds again, right? I think you're just getting three builds every year, basically.
Oh, this was a problem though. I think you guys got angry at this one. In the fall,
Oh, the Italian satellite.
I took an Italian satellite, and it was a bad lie. I did take it mainly because I was like, well, Turkey took mine earlier, and no one said anything. Surely they won't care about this. And I said it was a bungled move. And I'm like, well, why would they believe that? Yeah, the guy that planned out a 3 year, 3 unit
No one bought that. No one bought that.
messed up a single move in space. Yeah, right. So that combined with I end up building another fleet, I'm sure was just like, what the hell is this guy doing at this point?
Yeah, yeah. This is really when the Clarion call was made. Uh, I think England asked me to build a Warsaw, and I was like, yeah, that seems about right. I like am not super worried that you will try it, but like there's no harm done in like making sure it doesn't happen. Um,
I think it was more like I'm a little bored and I want to see what a dot snipe will do. And I like in general, same with Imperial diplomacy, right? It's a group victory, but it is nice to have your name at the top of the SC count.
mhm.
Was, I guess, some of the thinking, but the reaction was justified, and we'll see in the spring kind of protective moves, I would say, against it, right?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And Turkey's also saying like, "Hey, can I build a fleet and go to the Black Sea?" And I'm like, I don't love that, but like, I don't have a build to build Warsaw and go to the Black Sea, so sure. Um, I'm trusting in Turkey's paranoia that they're not going to bug me and that they're going to bug you instead. Let's look at the moves.
Yep.
So this is the phase it finally happens. So this Turkish unit has finally made it all the way to the Oracle satellite and is being convoyed. So this unit down goes through the fleet in the lake, TSD, and gets convoyed down into the decision map, and the move succeeds. And here we have England and I just giving sort of symbolic supports to the move. Um, yeah, so we have successfully dislodged the Oracle unit. The game should end in the fall if nothing happens. Um, and there's a little bit of drama over that. Um, so Turkey still very much wants to see what's underneath uh, the hole in Harvest. They want to figure out what the anomaly is, and they basically want to have a sense of like completionism about like I've seen everything that there is in this game, and they're not super willing to take the guaranteed win now by holding in um, the Oracle dot. And there's a bunch of discussion about that, and we have a vote in the five-way group chat that has everyone but England and France. Oh, I also missed that France was eliminated.
Yeah, I took the one dot they were on because they moved away from it, and I didn't think anyone. That was another dot. I'm like, oh, I'll just take it. I don't think anyone's really going to care about Germany, and no one did. So I'm glad to leave them out of the victory circle. Honestly, France and Germany were the least helpful as we've said the whole time. So I was kind of happy to see that happen, so that they would not be even included in the victory.
Yeah, yeah, they kind of didn't really play the game the way that the rest of us were trying to, so makes sense. But yeah, Italy grabs the last French dot in Harvest.
Yep. And you can see here on what we think is the penultimate or the last year, there's how many more neutrals? Two?
Yeah, we're running out.
We're running out of neutrals. And it's starting to get a little frisky. Like the moves here are mainly in the case of Evil Turkey. So I do take Bulgaria because it was the last time it would be guaranteed and move to hold it. Um, we have a plan in underground to get some of their northern dots, though we mess it up as you'll see in retreats.
Yeah,
But think about 2 or 3 years ago, it looked like there was so much room and so much fun, and it's very quickly filling up. And then you have what 50 units? I don't even know how many units total are on the board who are not going to have anything to do.
right. For multiple years. For multiple years. Um,
And that goes to show wow, I'm so glad we figured this out. What I think is just in time to prevent a lot of drama, and yet we still have a little drama here at the end because we haven't, quote unquote, discovered all of the mystery.
Yeah. The other thing I'll point out is that Germany loses both supply centers this phase. So Germany and France are both eliminated in Fall 08. And yeah, like we said, right, Germany has also not been active in press. They're not in the how do we end the game discussions, and they're also just kind of been gunboating this whole time. Yeah, so back to the spring moves. You're taking Bulgaria, like you said. I am moving my space units, and England and I have organized it so that we will be on top of different Turkish satellites for fall. Um, and we will both grab one each if Turkey tries anything. Yeah, so we get the convoy off. I think that's the main thing. You accidentally walk here because we have this miscommunication. You get into Norway, and I get dislodged. So, you know, it is what it is.
We can see we're just messing up a little bit. Yeah, it actually works out great after spring moves, and then we still manage to bungle retreats.
Yeah, yeah. It was. I think you say something about you thin, and I end up going there instead of retreating to the dot. Like,
Yeah.
why not retreat to the dot?
Well, Yufin is a dot, and so is you, Barents. And I wanted you to retreat to Barents and
Aaron's.
you go to Fen.
Oh, yes, yes.
Running into each other.
And they both blow each other up, and we could have denied Turkey both dots, and we don't.
Yep.
Oops.
Oh well.
Okay. And the Oracle tries to retreat to this place, and they fail to retreat because they have attack strength 0, which was funny.
Oh, I didn't know that's why. I assumed it just disbanded itself like the first one in NAF did, but it just
It
couldn't
could
move.
go anywhere. Yeah. Okay. And so yeah, England and I we're having this discussion about like, do we end the game now or not? In this discussion, Turkey and Italy are both pro. Let's discover what's behind the island in the decision map, and we have a vote, and the vote is Turkey and Italy say let's prolong the game and let's figure out what's underneath the dot in the middle of a decision map, and you, me, and England vote to end the game now.
It was very dramatic because they started, and the way that Turkey can extend the game here is by not capturing the decision Oracle satellite by moving out in the fall, so that the Oracle's left on one unit, and we haven't met our win condition of eliminating the Oracle, and we can continue to tinker to our heart's content. And they feel very strongly about this. And EMU, as Italy, also votes with them, and I do a little one-on-one chat with you and send off a message to England. And I think we're all on the same page as far as just we're ready for it to be over. Last couple of years have been kind of you tell the friction is starting to get up, and it was interesting. It boiled down to just a philosophical difference, right? It's like what's the point of the game? Is the point of the game to uncover all the mysteries, or is the point of the game to achieve a victory condition where you are part of the victory?
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with either of those mindsets. I think
Yep.
both perfectly valid. I just knew clearly which camp I fell in, and it was 2v2 in the voting for a while, and it was nice there was five of us and not six or four, thank goodness. And then England swooped in probably, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours after the four of us had kind of had a big discussion, and they just left one message, and they're like, "Yeah, I want the game to end."
Yeah, yeah, that was relieving. Though I think from my previous discussions, I had a pretty good sense of where England landed on the issue, and I think they were also worried about the tension increasing because we were running out of neutrals and just didn't have anything to do. And yeah, there just wasn't a lot, right? It would just be like 50 plus units sitting around twiddling their thumbs while one or two units are doing something productive, trying to get a unit into this underground dot. And it's actually even more complicated than it looks at first glance because this 50 or 60 strength Turkey unit has its values reset after retreats. So it's now a 1-1 unit, and it can't dislodge the island. So how do you get a unit into the island Well, you need to take one of the units off of harvest. You need to send it up by going to U black or U Switzerland or drilling another dot. Then you need to walk that unit to off the board. And then from off the board, you need to get into the absence map, fall down into decision, and then walk into the Oracle dot in a spring turn, then walk into the island in fall, and then drill. And like, that's like a month of IRL time.
Yeah. I guess because what I was gonna do if that vote won was to call for an all hold. Like everyone enters holds wherever
Every
the game is
phase.
running out, just stop.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just gonna be a lot of okay. Maybe we let two people take the neutrals. I guess if we need builds or something. But you're right. That plan you just laid out was going to take, and Sarfed, she laid out the plan. It was like another 2 to 3 years, I think.
Yeah.
And and yeah, we could have all held our units and just fast forwarded through time and figured it out. I just didn't trust we'd all do that. Especially, I see a move into Galicia. I see moves into, like, I understand it's just a reaction to me doing some sniping, but
Yeah.
I was ready for it to be over. I didn't want to have to do the negotiations or the press and then be sad when someone moved when they said they were going to hold. And I just was very happy where the game was at and was happy for it to end right here.
Yeah. I've also felt like I'd gotten all of the juice I wanted to squeeze out of this lemon, you know?
Exactly.
Um, and you know, England and I were also looking at tactics. We're like, what if I like drill Warsaw so that Austria can't take it, and then I like walk into U Galicia in the fall, or like all this weird stuff. And it was just like, why are we doing this? Like, we know we can end the game. Like, let's just end the game. Um, yeah. So
My argument was also we don't technically know if this ends the game.
that too.
We're making this like vote and this decision and possibly going to anomaly. And I'm like, how about we just every time we've tried, like even way back when I took the Oracle satellite in space, like we don't know what the consequence of our actions are, and we have something we've been trying to do for 3 years now have pulled off. Let's just see what happens. I did think it was going to end the game, but I also didn't wasn't confident enough where I thought we should avoid a capture that we could that we've set up to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And even after losing the vote, Turkey is not happy and comes to me afterwards and says like, "Hey, I'm going to move out of the Oracle dot. I just strongly believe that this is the right thing to do, and you know, if you want to take it, then take it. But I really hope that you don't." And
Wow. I'm going to ignore the vote that I called for. And I even said in that chat, I'm like, I will abide. If England comes in and says, I want to continue the game, I'll propose the all hold agreement and we will do it. I have no problem with that.
I would have accepted the all hold agreement if you had mentioned it before fall moves. But my plan was if Turkey says no, I'm just going to force this thing to end.
Oh, yeah.
I was not willing to abide by the group consensus either, to be honest. Um,
That's fair. Oh, nice. Interesting. But so what do you guys put together?
uh, yeah, so we put together that the unit from above would walk down behind Turkey and take the dot.
Oh, so you really shut the door by moving that fleet out. It was going to even prolong, like if the game continued for some reason, we'd have to get another fleet back in there. Or,
No, the fleet could just move back. The fleet can just move back directly.
that's right.
Um, yeah, I mean the reason to do this was because we came up with this plan before we saw that the values in the Turkish unit got reset, and neither England nor I wanted any kind of confusion about what the move would be. So we didn't really want anything about like, oh well, I changed the move and you didn't, etc., etc. So we just said, all right, let's just do it this way. Like I could have picked up the extra Turkish dot in the space map by moving the fleet back up to space, but I was like, whatever. Like I'm more interested in making sure that there's absolutely zero confusion over the Oracle dot in the decision map. And England and I had also been talking for years about this at this point, which was that we didn't trust Turkey to not accept an offer to become the Oracle if it was presented to them. And so the plan was always like from the moment that we knew that Turkey would be going in spring, that I would be dislodging Turkey in fall. and I would be rejecting the decision to become the Oracle if it came up.
Oh, very nice. See, I knew I picked the right person at the beginning.
But yeah, that's sorry, go
It's
ahead.
important that you guys were down there, right? Because if you hadn't drilled down and gotten to that map, this would not be an option, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Or both of you together, yeah.
yeah. It was fortunate that the people down here were the people who are also on side with the ending the game plan.
Yep.
There's also a little bit of fun tactics around Bulgaria, and
Oh yeah, I remember you had good advice on that. I was like, and still I was paranoid. I was like, he's telling me to do this so that Turkey does get it back.
yeah,
I think
no,
you were actually being truthful there.
it just looked like a fun little puzzle. Yeah, I totally missed the convoy set, by the way. I didn't think of it at all. Um,
Worked out the same, but yeah. So we take a few things off. Turkey misguesses at the bottom, but yeah, I think this was where I was happy to end it. I'm glad I read through some of Captain's meme stuff. I'll keep most of it for him to share in his video. See when he's coming out with that. I think he'll go more into the game design and his thoughts on GMing and guiding us. I know just reading Popcorn Throwers and a few other channels that there was a lot of stuff that had to change on the fly or that he adjusted as the game went on. So
yeah,
kudos to putting it together. It honestly ran very smooth, besides a few misorders, which understandable when you're dealing with 5 or 6 maps. I totally get that, and we all helped him out when we did see like a velocity not change correctly or a unit end up somewhere else. But on a whole, amazing job. Not only setting it up, but then running it through and keeping it entertaining for us the whole time.
absolutely. This was one of the coolest things I have ever done as a game in general. And I'm so grateful to have been part of it, and so thankful to Meme for putting it together.
Yep. If you ever get an opportunity, definitely. I like this a lot more than the chaos games too, where it's like one person per dot. Like this did feel like a bit of a escape room or just a puzzle game that we were um,
Yeah,
they kept bringing up Betrayal at House on the Hill, where it's like you think you know, but the rules are kind of changing, and maybe someone turns evil. But it did a really good job taking a game of diplomacy, and I mean, there's so many mechanics in this, and each map is lovingly, I mean, it has its own purpose. And you can see that now, right? Every map had a purpose in helping us get to the end and defeat the Oracle. And we may not have realized it in the moment, but we were able to put it all together and have it click in place. And yeah, it took a couple years to execute, but that was easily my favorite moment was making that chart and realizing we could finish this off. That was really cool.
the big 3 year plan to convoy a unit across multiple maps to take advantage of the unit values not resetting until after retreats. Just so intricate, so cool. Uh,
Very rewarding too, as far as
yeah,
I really felt like the time I put into it was rewarded by having it all fall in place like that.
absolutely. So yeah, go check out Captain Meme's video. I'll upload this to YouTube, so if you're looking at this, it's probably there. And I will add a video link, or I'll add a link to the video that Meme puts out when he puts it out. There we go.
Awesome.
Any final words, Michael?
Uh, Thanks for being an awesome player in the game. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Hope to see you in an MDIP game, and thanks for doing this. This was a lot of fun. I love walking through the games, and it's just fun for memory's sake too.
Likewise, I had an absolute blast. All right, signing off.